Call the meeting to order and thank folks for their endurance while we're in camera for a few moments. We're here to further hear witnesses from on various divisions that we didn't get through as yet. And so we're under the order of reference of May 9th on Bill C-44, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22nd, 2017, and other measures. At our last session, we hadn't completed our questioning of those that were here on the Office of the Infrastructure of Canada from that department. Mr. Campbell, Assistant Deputy Minister, Mr. Fleming, I don't have your title down here. Okay. Oh, sorry. Chief Infrastructure, Sectorial Policy Analysis, Economic Development and Corporate Finance Branch, and Mr. Grover, who's the Senior Policy Analyst, Canada Infrastructure Bank Transition Office. So, gentlemen, I think you had a presentation before, and we're ready into a series of questions. Unless, Glenn, you have anything you want to add to start? So the floor is back open to questions on what division was this? 18. Division 18 or 21? 18. Division 18, Part 4, Division 18. So the floor is open to questions. Any further questions, or we exhausted the questions the last round and these folks made a trip over here just to get some exercise? I guess you've just got some exercise, folks. There seems to be no further questions. You must have answered them all successfully the previous time. No further questions? All right, thank you. And we'll bring up the next panel, which is on from the Department of Citizenship and Immigration. Part 4, Division 13, Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. Thank you, Glenn and company. You don't very often get off that easy. Run while it's going good. How do you pronounce this name? Leisure? Justin? Do you know how you pronounce that name? DeVlieger. Vlieger? DeVlieger. DeVlieger. Okay, welcome, folks. So from the Department of Citizenship and Immigration, we have Mr. DeVlieger.
That's right.
Who's Acting Director General, Strategic Policy and Planning. Ms. Perret, Executive Director, Cost Management Finance Branch. And Ms. Cote, Acting Director, Strategic Policy and Planning. I assume you have a short presentation?
Yeah, just a short presentation.
Okay, welcome. Floor is yours.
So thank you, Chair and committee members. As mentioned, my name is Matt DeVlieger, and I'm the Acting Director General of Strategic Policy at Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada. So I'm here today to speak to the legislative amendments to the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, dealing with the functioning of the Express Entry Application Management System. So this is Part 4, Division 13, specifically clauses 300 to 303 that we're looking at today. My colleague, Karine Perret, she's the Director General of Cost Management, and she's with us this afternoon. She'll speak to the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act amendments that relate to the user fees. So by way of context, on the part dealing with Express Entry is the Government of Canada's electronic system for managing applications and selecting skilled immigrants for permanent residency in Canada. It's really become the backbone of our points-based system for economic immigration. It was launched in January of 2015. And the amendments we're proposing, that are being proposed to the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act are largely technical in nature and designed to ensure that the system is functioning as intended. There are 8 amendments in clauses 300 to 303. 2 of them are changes only to the French portion of the Act. Juralinguists had a look at those and thought that we could improve them. So I'll focus on the 6 amendments, and I'd say that a few of them are really focused on client service and processing efficiency. There's a clear authority that the department is seeking to ensure that candidates who decline an invitation to apply in the express entry system within the prescribed period go back into the express entry pool and are eligible for future invitations to apply. So that's a facilitative amendment for clients of our express entry system. A second amendment is to provide authority for immigration officers not to refuse an application, even when, in circumstances, there are changes in the period between their invitation to apply and when they put in their application for permanent residence. So again, that's facilitative to the candidates who've put in their expressions of interest to the express entry system. A third one is looking to provide flexibility to administer rounds of invitations resulting in different ranks in different programs. The express entry management system is applicable to 3 of our flagship economic programs, the Canadian Experience Class, the Federal Skilled Worker Program, and the Federal Skilled Trades Program, as well as a portion of the Provincial Nominee Program. So this would allow us to do, at the same time with an invitation to apply round, 2 of those programs, or 3 of them with different ranks. And that'll facilitate for clients and for the department the processing of those applications. A fourth change relates to allowing changes to the minimum entry criteria to apply to people already in the express entry pool to ensure that they do not get invited without meeting the new criteria. So if we change minimum entry criteria to any of our programs, and it happens between the period which they are invited to apply, it avoids them having to submit an application that would have to be turned down, and they would lose their application fee that they had submitted. So again, this is something that's looking at the client service and ensuring that works properly for clients. Then there are a couple of again, technical amendments that relate to our relationships in express entry with partners, specifically provinces and with the Department of Employment and Social Development Canada. One is to ensure that provincial nominees in the express entry pool, I mentioned that there's a portion of the provincial nominee programs that run through the express entry program, that they are only invited as provincial nominees and not under any other program. This is something that provinces were looking for in terms of the management of the system, because they expend considerable effort and resources to screen applicants through their programs, and if they do so, they're hoping that they come through the provincial nominee program and not get pulled as one of the federal stream candidates. And then finally, there is a clause that deals with information sharing, again, to provinces in particular, as third parties, that we can share information with them that the department generates about express entry candidates, things like the client identifier, their comprehensive ranking system score. So this is, again, a facilitative amendment. So those are the technical amendments that we're looking for in the Budget Implementation Act in clauses 300 to 303. And my colleague will cover the other amendments dealing with the User Fee Act portion.
Thank you. Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship Canada is proposing to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to allow IRCC to set permanent resident fees in a timely manner. More specifically, these amendments would exempt IRCC from the requirements set under the proposed Service Fees Act for the processing of our permanent resident application, permanent resident cards, permanent resident travel document, as well as the right of permanent resident fee. These amendments will provide IRCC more flexibility in the management of its fees, considering the unique nature of our clientele, and also in relation to the processing continuum, which includes several delivery partners for our immigration business lines. It is important to note that the permanent resident fees have not been reviewed since 2002. As a result, Canadians are subsidizing an important portion of the cost of processing these applications. Despite these amendments, IRCC will still respect the spirit of the Act by consulting some of its clientele as appropriate via the regulatory process. We'll also establish service standards by business line. We will continue to report on service standards and costs via the departmental plan. We will also respect the legislative framework around fees, such as the Financial Administration Act that stipulate that we cannot charge more than the cost of processing a service. And also, more importantly, we will also ensure that our fees remain competitive with our other countries, such as the UK, New Zealand, Australia, and US. This is important, especially in the context of increasing levels, to make sure that we are competitive and that we can still attract immigrants here to Canada. My colleague and I are now happy to take the questions from the committee.
Thank you for your presentations. Then starting with Mr. Alves.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our witnesses here today for the work you do for Canadians every day. I'd just like to start first, Ms. Perry, just in regards to the changes. Obviously, the User Fees Act was a very cumbersome piece of legislation put forward by a private member's bill. Obviously, it's hamstrung many departments, including yours, over the years, to be able to have timely and quick changes to rates that make sure that the cost of citizenship, as far as processing and application and whatnot, is covered by the applicant, not by the taxpayer. And that's partly due to inflation, partly due to all sorts of things. Obviously, there's more process now than there was 20 years ago. So in regards to these changes, does it open the door for an expedited service where someone could pay to have a much more streamlined service in comparison to regular streams?
Thank you for the question. This will be, these are all elements that we consider when we do a fee review. So by reviewing our fees, we look at the different services we offer, and we can look at these types of service. So we will be envisioning those types of service as we perform the review for our permanent residence stream. Okay,
so just so I have an abundantly clear understanding, will the flexibility that you are calling for in these proposals or these amendments allow for the establishment of expedited service where someone, an entrepreneurial class, et cetera, or someone who's just willing to pay more to be able to accelerate the process of immigration, will that allow this?
To charge an expedited service is not necessarily directly linked to the amendments
But do the amendments basically, again, Parliament would be giving the authority either to the Governor and Council or directly to the Minister's office to be able to implement by regulation set schedule. Is that correct? The schedule that would allow them to set fees for any particular services, including perhaps a expedited process. So shorter time period, slightly higher fee to accelerate it through the system.
We're still bound by, as I explained before, we're always bound by the Financial Administration Act. So we always have to make sure that the cost we are charging is relevant, the fee we are charging is relevant to the cost of processing. So in the case of an expedite service, we would have to assess the cost of actually providing that expedite service and charge that fee so that we are not overcharging.
So, but do these amendments allow the government to do that?
These amendments particularly, no.
Okay, thank you. Now, just in review of the overall changes, particularly to the express entry program, right now I have a lady who resides in my riding who applied. There was an issue with payment due to a technical blip, and she was unable to get someone to be able to take her payment through the system for whatever reason, and now is being told because she was in line, because of that payment, she has to go back to the end of the line, which usually wouldn't be an issue. But the thing is, because of the changes in the point system, it doesn't allow for her to qualify anymore. So does anything in these changes allow to be, to allow officials the ability to be flexible and to be fair to people who, through no fault of their own, get stuck in the system, will this allow officials to be able to help people like that in their circumstances?
So I can't comment on the particular case. I would say that these amendments are pretty discreet and they help address some of the particular challenges, but in very narrow circumstances. One of them I will give you, that if someone has entered an invitation to apply and they've then had a subsequent change of circumstance, like they've changed, their age has changed, they've had a birthday, and that would change their points. This would allow the immigration officer to allow that candidacy to continue. So there is some narrow flexibility. I'm not aware of the particular case in terms of the fee payment and the cost payment. It doesn't sound like that would be addressed, but I can't comment without knowing the case.
No, I understand that, and I've made the minister's office well aware of that. So, but to me, that's just the question is, because we are so dependent on computers, and if there is a glitch where someone multiple times tries to correct it, but because of said glitch, for whatever reason, cannot make the payment, I think that most people would say that the system, in that case, would need review. And I just really hope that we're not, looking the other way when we have these small glitches where we're offering flexibility for certain things for certain people on other areas, and then basically leaving those other people to the sidelines. But thank you for your service to our country.
Thank you, folks. Mr. Albus. Mr. Fergus.
Just a small question, Mr. Vliger, following up on to Mr. Albus's question. So let's just take the hypothetical of a family that's applying through the entrepreneur class, or an entrepreneur is applying through that class for herself plus her family. Three of the kids are 12 and under, but one of them is 17. And is going to turn 18 sometime during the processing of that application. This is where you're asking for that flexibility to not change the requirement, so that 18-year-old would have to apply on her or his own.
No, not so much. This would apply to the application of the principal applicant. So it would be you mentioned an entrepreneur. That would be the person submitting an application on behalf of themselves and their dependent family, and the points are associated with their human capital. So it would be that person's age that gets them the points, not points of their dependent children.
All right, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ouellette.
Thank you very much. I just have a little bit more questions about the Service Fee Act. If you can go into a bit greater detail. Can you describe, well, when you read the Service Fee Act, it's really about providing a framework where departments and ministries need to justify any increases in fees, ensuring that it's done in a timely way. I was wondering if you could describe how you came to your decision that you needed to be exempt from that act, and what's it going to enable you to do in the long term? Because I'm a little unclear about that. If you could explain that for the immigrant people, newcomers to this country.
Yes, so in the Service Fees Act, the consultation aspect is covered in a way via the regulatory process, so that's our assessment. However, there are some areas that are a bit problematic from IRCC's perspective in terms of the unique nature of our clientele, which is more related to the fact that in the Service Fees Act there is penalties when service standards are not met, and we would need to remit a certain portion of the fees that was paid directly to the applicants. Our applicants are across the world. We have some service standards, but due to the fact that we have some security aspect when we do processing, and also the fact that we have to deal with many different partners when we process application, it can limit our ability to consistently meet service standards. So we want to have flexibility on that. And also the fact that some areas of our business is not controlled. The intake is not controlled. We don't control necessarily the amount of application we will be receiving. So service standards are an indication for clients, but we are not always, we want to have the flexibility if we're not able to meet the service standard in certain circumstances where applications intake is really high. We want to have that flexibility. More importantly, also the inflation factor that's included in the Service Fees Act. It's a good way to manage fees. However, we have some of our clientele that is more vulnerable, and we want to have the flexibility to decide if we want to increase fees or not, and not necessarily have that systematic inflation factor included in our fees. So it's really to have a bit more flexibility due to the fact that we have a clientele that is more unique in nature and our operational reality.
Sorry, I'm not really following you actually in your argument, in your logic. So how does the service standards then relate to the fee exactly, and how does it impact then the setting of those fees for people? So for instance, you're talking about trying to set a good standard. Does that impact the cost? In what way? I'm not an immigration specialist, so if you could dumb it down for me, I'd really appreciate it. No jargon.
So the service standards are not necessarily linked to your fee setting, but if you look at the Service Fees Act, we need to have service standard by business line. Each department needs to establish service standard by business lines. So that's one element. If we don't meet service standard in the Service Fees Act, you need to have a system to remit the fee to the applicant for which we have not met the service standard. So that's the relation to the User Fees Act. So it's not necessarily in setting your fees, it's more in the process of managing your fees.
And does it often happen that the Immigration Canada doesn't meet the service requirement in the last few years? Is that something that's occurred often where you would have to remit then service fees to clientele who didn't receive an appropriate service or a good enough service or a high quality service that they were expecting for the fees that they had paid?
We are not subject to those clauses at this point, so I cannot comment on this specifically.
But sorry, just trying to understand. So in the budget bill here, the implementation, you're asking the Service Fee Act does not apply to a fee for the provision of services in relation to the processing of an application. So the Service Fee Act does apply to you right now, correct?
So I'm not the expert for the Service Fees Act, obviously, because this bill has not been is not from my department. From the preliminary discussion we had on that bill, the Service Fees Act is replacing the User Fees Act. The User Fees Act was established in 2004. So a department that has not changed their fees since 2004 is not subject to the User Fee Act until they change their fees. So in the fees we are talking today, they have not been changed since 2002. Therefore, we were not subject to the User Fees Act. I don't know if it answers your question.
And to an extent, but I thought, maybe if my memory is wrong, but I remember there was an increase in the fees that was required for a lot of these services for people who were applying for permanent residency, and so I guess so then why does the act not to apply to you now? I guess. Sorry, I don't mean to waste time in the committee, but since we're here till tomorrow morning, we might as well get down to the bottom of it.
Our permanent resident fees were not changed since 2002. Yes, some fees from Immigration Refugee Canada were changed in the past. However, those fees were exempt from the User Fees Act. Therefore, this is the reason why we were not subject to the clause of the service standard.
You had also mentioned that some of the reason you want this exemption is because of the clientele you serve. So, for instance, overseas, is it difficult to collect these service fees if they're? And you also had mentioned, I believe, Matt Vilgier. Sorry if I mispronounced your name, sir. But that you wanted to remain competitive with other international markets. Could you discuss that a little bit more? Because it's obviously, to exempt one ministry compared to others is a fairly major change. And I'd just like to ensure that it's appropriate.
Competitiveness from a fee perspective, definitively. So we want to make sure as we review our fees that we are not charging necessarily more than other similar countries that have similar immigration system. So we want to make sure that we are competitive with those countries and that we can attract our clientele. So that's an element we consider when we do a fee review. So that's the competitive aspect I was talking about.
And one,
Can you, and if you can't today, can you get it to us? Can you tell us in comparable dollars what our fees are in Canada versus what they are in the United States versus what they are in Australia? Are we comparable?
I don't have the analysis with me, but we can provide it. I can tell you that usually our fees are quite lower than our similar countries in terms of the permanent resident application.
Okay.
There's many factors that we need to consider because every country is a bit different in terms of their immigration system, but when we compare to, for the similar business lines, our fees are lower.
Mr. Ouellette?
yeah, just one final question. Are there stats about the impact of fees on people applying to various jurisdictions? So if the fees are set at a certain level, will you see less or more or do they not even matter in people's calculations? Do they just say, I want to go to Canada, and no matter how much it costs, if it was $10,000 or $600, I'm going to go to Canada, and someone says, I want the American dream, I'm going to the United States no matter what, or I want to be in Australia. What impact, are there statistics or studies on that you know of?
We don't have studies at this point, but we are reviewing our fees, so this is definitely something we want to look at in terms of the elasticity of the demand. I think that's what we want to see, how much the fee has an impact on the overall clientele approach in terms of coming to Canada or not, but we don't have the studies at this point, not that I know of.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We did stray a little from the division, but maybe we need to look at a briefing in that area at some point in time. Is there any other questions, or have we exhausted all the questions? Thank you all for coming, and our apologies for having you come before and not been able to deal with the division due to time. Thank you. Then we will turn to Part 4, Division 14, Employment Insurance Act. Mr. Shaw, who is the Director, Employment Insurance, Part 2, Benefits and Measures, and Ms. Young, who's Manager, Employment Insurance, Part 2, Benefits and Measures. Welcome. And Ms. Young or Mr. Shaw, who's going to do the presentation?
I'll start off.
Okay.
So,
floor is yours.
thanks very much. So we're from Employment and Social Development Canada. So I'll start that the purpose of Part 2 of the Employment Insurance Act is to help maintain a sustainable employment insurance system through the establishment of employment benefits for insured participants and the maintenance of a national employment system. This is carried out through the establishment of employment programs referred to as employment benefits and support measures, which help unemployed individuals in Canada prepare for, find, and maintain suitable employment. So, la partie 2 permet d'appuyer des programmes.
Second section allows for support of similar programs offered by provincial governments and territorial governments as well via bilateral agreements regarding the labour force, as well as by Native groups and Indigenous groups who have signed the employment strategy and skills-based strategy for employment.
Prescribes that only insured participants can have access to employment benefits. Programs like skills development, wage subsidies, and self-employment assistance. The current definition of the insured participant under the Act is someone who requests assistance under employment benefits and is an employed person for whom a benefit period is established or whose benefit period has ended within the previous 60 months. So in order to develop the amendments for Division 14 of Part 4, we staged major consultations with provinces and territories and stakeholders last summer, and then developed these amendments that expand eligibility for the employment benefits to include unemployed individuals who have made a minimum employment insurance premium contribution above the premium refund threshold in at least the last 5 out of the last 10 years. This threshold is currently set at $2,000 of insurable earnings as per Section 96(4) of the Act. So that's the first part of the eligibility changes. The second piece is around employment assistance services under the support measures. So support measures are programs like employment counseling and job search assistance. And those are currently available to all unemployed Canadians. And now with these amendments, it changes it to all unemployed and employed Canadians. Additionally, it increases the flexibility to support employer-sponsored training by expanding eligibility under the Labour Market Partnerships measure to include employers whose employees need this assistance in order to maintain their current employment, for example, to adjust to technological and structural changes in the economy. So these amendments, these three major amendments under the Employment Insurance Part 2 and for the Labour Market Development Agreements and Assets Program will come into effect on April 1st, 2018. So with that, any questions you have, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay, is there any questions? Ms. Hutchings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Shaw, I was wondering, in regard to the EI and the maternity benefits, if a mother had already applied for benefits, is she going to be able to access the extended benefits when the bill comes into effect in July, or is it just for new applicants?
These aren't extended benefits. This is Part 2, so the employment programs. So it's delivered by the provinces and territories and the Aboriginal organizations for training. And this has nothing to do with the maternity benefits.
Okay.
Just a different part of the Act.
Okay.
Any others, Goody? Anyone else have any questions? Go ahead, Mr. Alvis.
So again, a lot of these agreements do require labor market agreements with the provinces. Do these changes force the government to sign new ones, or is this within the discretion of the government to be able to work within existing agreements right now?
So once the EI Act gets amended through the Budget Implementation Act, the government, in order to have both to extend the new funds that were announced in the federal budget, but also then to have the new eligibility in each province and territory, they'll need to sign amendments to those labor market development agreements.
Okay, so even though the legislative authority is there still is a lot to process to go before the funds actually are delivered.
That's right. We'll be going into negotiations with each province and territory over the next few months with the hope of signing next fall.
Thank you.
And did I catch you right? So for upgrading skills and training, it will now cover both those that are unemployed and those that are employed?
So the distinction is that there still needs to be a connection between contribution of premiums to the EI Act, paying of premiums, and training. So if someone has contributed premiums in 5 of the last 10 years, they'll be eligible for training for the employment benefits. But there's another measure called employment assistance services, which is basically job counseling, job finding, job search. And for that, it's both going to be for people who are unemployed, which is the existing definition, but also for employed in the future, once on April 1st, 2018.
Okay, if the negotiations go well.
Sure.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Fergus, go ahead.
Dans votre réponse, vous avez dit que...
You said in your answer that for people who had been contributing premiums for the last 10 years, is that 5 years or is that 10 years? Let's get clear. It's 5 years. Thank you very much.
Is there any cost analysis on this in terms of what it's going to cost the employment insurance fund for these new changes?
There's not a particular cost analysis because the labor market development agreements are a budget allocation, and each province has an allocation each year, and they make their own decisions on who is eligible for their own programs because they're not federal programs. And so under the federal budget, there was $1.8 million increase announced for the next 6 years. Provinces and territories will get that on top of the current $2.1 billion, but it's up to them how they increase the coverage of their citizens. So the existing amount they already need to ration training and employment services. So it's now they'll be able to, with this expanded eligibility, broaden the coverage of their citizens.
Okay, is there any other questions? Then thank you both for your presentation and answering the questions. And again, my apologies for having had come before probably 3 times and never getting to the table.
Great,
so
thanks very much.
Thank you very much. With that, I believe that ends all our divisions. Yep. So we can start on Bill C-44, on the Budget Implementation Act. So, are we ready to roll? Short title we'll leave, right?
Postponed, yeah.
Okay. Find my documents here. Okay. Okay, on the Clause 1, which is the short title, it'll be postponed until we complete the clause by clause. As on Part 1, amendments to the, are we going to ask officials to come to the table? You might have, sorry, my apologies. There is quite a number of officials here from Finance, likely, and other departments. Welcome. And if members have questions at any time on any of these clauses to officials, fire away. We don't need to introduce them. So thank you, folks, for coming. We'll see how it goes. Part 1, then, amendments to the Income Tax Act and to related legislation, clauses 2 to 34 in Part 1. I would note that there's no amendments to clauses 2 to 22. And we would need unanimous consent to group them. That's clauses 2 to 22. So have we got unanimous consent to group them? This will happen several times. No? You want to go through them one by one, Pierre? Okay. Then on Clause 2, any discussion? Shall Clause 2 carry on division? Clause 3, carried on division. Clause 4,
On division.
carried on division. Clause 5. Any discussion? Carried on division. Clause 6. Pierre, the floor is yours. Mr. Dussault.
I have a problem with clause 6. J'ai un problème avec l'article 6, Monsieur le Président, parce que...
I have a problem with Clause 6, Chair, because this has to do with the Veterans Reestablishment and Compensation Act. A little later, though, we see Clause 6.3. We're speaking of the benefits to members of legislative assemblies as well as to municipal officers. At 6 paragraph 3, the tax exemption is withdrawn for members of provincial legislatures and officials, municipal officials, and I find it odd to have all this in the same clause, Clause 6. And as we're asked to either vote for or against Clause 6, you're asking me to vote for both these things together, whereas they seem quite different to me. So I find that problematic. So I want to tell you that I certainly agree to the first part of Clause 6. I would also like to say that I do not approve of the second part, 6.3, the tax credit for legislative assembly members and municipal officials. So I find it unfortunate to have all this in the same clause because I can speak to these two issues independently.
Mr. Dussault, you've made your point.
Non, ma compréhension est assez bonne de l'article. Je
No, I think I understand the clause. I don't have any questions. I thank our witnesses, of course, for being here. I'm sure they can tell us a bit more about this, but I'll have to vote nay on this.
The witnesses on this point, why were they blocked together?
The clauses of the bill are aligned with the provisions of the Act that they seek to amend. And so, unfortunately, because of our Income Tax Act is a somewhat complex statute, you'll see some measures appearing in multiple clauses, and some clauses that touch on multiple measures will have a few different things as you have here. In this case, the section of the Income Tax Act being amended is Section 81. It deals with effectively various tax exemptions, both relating to veterans and also relating to these allowances in subsection 3 of Clause 6. So the reason behind it is that all of the amendments in Clause 6 amend the same section of the Income Tax Act, and that's why they were put together.
Okay, thank you. We did have a member on this committee previously who wanted to do a review of the Income Tax Act, if I recall correctly. Mr. Dussault.
Quick question, Mr. Chair. Has been a practice of past clause by clause to separate those different paragraphs in the same clause? Is this something that you've been considered in the past, or
You mean
you'd be willing to consider now?
We can't separate the clause as such. It has to be voted on as is or by way of an amendment. And I'm pretty sure there's not an amendment to this particular clause, but that'd be by amendment. Okay. Any further discussion on clause 6? All those in favor? Opposed? It carried. Clause 7.
Division.
On division. Clause 8.
Division.
On division. Would we be willing to block from 9 to 22? Yep. Do we have consent to block? No? Okay. No harm in trying, Pierre. Clause 9.
On division.
On division. Clause 10.
On division.
On division. Clause 11.
On division.
On division. Clause 12.
On division.
On division. Clause 13.
On
Mr. Dussault.
Yes, I want to express my disagreement with this clause in the bill. Je suis complètement en désaccord avec cet article.
I completely disagree with its article, which is designed to eliminate the transit tax credit. The government claims that this does not really support transit, but 1.5 million Canadians have claimed it and received it. This is $225 million back into the pockets of Canadians, those who use public transit, and who can also get this tax credits. These are people in the middle class. And as my colleagues have often said, I think it's a pity, therefore, that today we are seeing the end of this transit tax credit when it seems to be very effective, very efficient. As the figures show, many Canadians are using it. So I wanted to express my disagreement with Article 13. And that's why I didn't want to discuss articles as a group, because I wanted to focus on this one.
Mr. Fergus.
Au contraire d'être agréablement surpris, je pense.
I am the only person, I think, who is a transit user. I use transit every day. And I can say that somebody who has been using it for 20 years. I haven't noticed, at least in my region, I haven't seen an increase in the use of transit and the number of users who are taking advantage of this transit pass tax credit. It's better for the government, instead of spending the money on this, to spend much larger amounts on attracting more new users to public transit. I believe that's the better decision, and that is why I am going to be voting for this clause.
I just want to point out, I think it's very interesting that someone's using anecdotal experience and as evidence for rationale. Anyway, that's all I had to say.
That's all you had to say? Well, that's interesting. Mr. Leipert.
I would just like to support what Mr. Dussault said and disagree with this intent. Just want to get on record.
Mr. Deltel, and then Mr. Ouellette.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, sur cet enjeu, je pense qu'il...
Mr. Chairman, I think it's unbelievable that this government, who says it's green and cares about taxpayers and the environment, is going to eliminate a transit pass tax credit, something that helps people on public transport. The workers in Canada, users of public transit, will be paying more for the transit passes. Of course.
Mr. Badaway.
J'aimais beaucoup le commentaire au sujet.
I did like the comment on anecdotal evidence. But one thing we did hear from witnesses, one witness in particular, said that the cost per ton was about $4,000, and this gentleman said that this measure would not help reduce that. We can target our efforts more effectively to reduce GHGs, particularly since the amount of carbon entering the atmosphere is coming from other sources. We did hear that more people were not using this transit pass tax credit, so what we need to do is find measures that are going to make very good use of our resources and that genuinely help improve the environment. This is why we are suggesting an investment into increasing the number of people using public transit systems so that they are better, more effective, and that more Canadians can use them across the country.
Badaway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few questions to the witnesses with respect to this credit. Currently, at this point in time, most, if not all, the capital that goes into transit services are from the municipal side, from the municipal sector. Is that true?
Well, I mean, we can't speak for the spending side of it. We're on the tax side, but I would say that it's a combination of both federal funding from Infrastructure Canada as well as provincial funding.
And so a lot of the dollars that would otherwise go into capital at the municipal level for the transit systems are borne, the cost of same, borne by the property taxpayers?
I think it's
the specific questions about who bears the costs of transit in terms of direct spending are, I think, outside of the scope of our expertise here. We're looking at the federal taxation, specifically the income tax side of things, and in particular, here the impact of the public transit tax credit. I think, unfortunately, the spending at the provincial and municipal levels are outside of our area of expertise.
Okay. So just to help you out a bit, it is. So a lot of the capital and the operational costs of operating a transit system is borne on the property taxpayers at the local level, unless they get, of course, federal grants and federal provincial grants. So with that, and by looking at the transit pass tax credit and repealing of same, what will these dollars now be invested into?
The budget concluded significant funding through the Canada Infrastructure Bank, as well as just general infrastructure money for transit systems.
So a lot of this money can go forward to offset those costs that would otherwise be borne by the municipality and the property taxpayers.
Potentially.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Albas, we're going to be flexible here.
I'll
we're
be
well
very,
over
very
our
brief.
time frame, but go ahead.
Yeah, just again, we've heard that some of the monies that will be recovered from canceling this tax credit will go to things like the infrastructure bank and to fund public transit through other ways. Let just note that the way the Liberals have constructed both operations is that basically the monies that will go largely on a per capita basis to large urban municipalities, where other rural systems, like for example my old city of Penticton, where the cost of the system has largely been in place because it's a legacy system. It's mainly road traffic, bus traffic, Handy-Dart. The users of that system will now no longer receive this tax credit, and that their tax money, instead of receiving some of it back, will then go towards funding transit in large urban communities. So I'm just making sure that on the record that is exactly what is happening here, Mr. Chair.
Any further thoughts? Is there any cost-benefit analysis on this point? I mean, were the targets met with the transit pass tax credit? Is there cost-benefit analysis? Are there any figures?
Well, the number of studies have been undertaken and I believe provided to members of this committee looking at the effectiveness of the public transit tax credit in terms of achieving its stated objective of increasing transit usage. And in those studies, it was concluded that it did not have a significant impact on this usage, and I believe that goes to your point.
Okay, clause 13. Shall clause 13? Oops, who wanted? Sorry, Ms. May. Go ahead.
Usually I don't have a chance to speak to amendments to which I have sections I have no amendment to, but given my history on this, I'd just like to affirm there was no chance in hell that this public tax credit would ever reduce greenhouse gases. It wasn't designed to reduce greenhouse gases, and I think that if we want to help people who are low income take buses, there's better ways to do it, but this was never going to work, and it wasn't a significant greenhouse gas reducer.
Now to the clause 13. All those in favour? We'll have to go to a vote on this one. I expect. Pardon?
Yes, for a recorded vote.
Pardon?
Yes.
Recorded vote. Okay. Yes. Recorded vote. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Fergus?
Je suis en faveur.
Ms. O'Connell?
Yes.
Mr. Grewal?
Yes.
Mr. Badaway?
Yes.
Mr. Ouellet?
Yay.
Mr. Deltel?
Non.
Mr. Albas?
Contre.
Mr. Leipert?
No.
Mr. Dussault?
No. Motion is carried. Clause 14. Any discussion? On division?
On division.
We got to give this another try to go to 22, Pierre?
Let me see that.
That's okay. It's your right, Pierre. If you want to do, we're okay.
Yeah.
Then, do we have unanimous consent to deal with clauses 15 through to 22? Agreed. All those in favour on division? On division. Okay. Clause 23. We have an amendment. It's by Ms. May, and if this one, PV1, is carried, just if I could have everyone's attention, just a technical point here on the PV1 by Ms. May. If PV1 is carried, the question cannot be put on PV2 due to a line conflict in the bill. So the floor is yours, Ms. May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do like to put on the record at every occasion when I'm compelled by the motion passed by this committee to appear here that this actually reduces my rights as a member of Parliament and prevents me from making substantive amendments at report stage. So by the use of identical motions in every committee, the rights that I have under our current standing orders are reduced. So I'm here at your insistence, otherwise I couldn't put forward these amendments. In these two amendments, and the PV standing for Parti Vert, Parti 21 and Parti 22, Parti 21, it's a perverse subsidy, which is the mining income tax credit. It's being extended under this legislation. We don't believe in the Green Party it should be extended. It will cost $30 million to the federal treasury to provide a tax credit, extending this tax credit that was initially put in place before the previous administration under Stephen Harper. It started back in the year 2000. It essentially encourages junior mining companies to conduct exploration in places where they have less likelihood of actually discovering minerals, so it's damaging to the environment. It's also been found by other observers that on the investor side that it really is used more for tax planning purposes, a benefit for high-income taxpayers, and that it's been also seen administratively to have very high administrative and compliance costs. This is I'll quote from it was a recent article in not that recent, back in 2012, Maclean's magazine had a review of this, but it suggested that this tax credit primarily benefited tax lawyers and accountants. But my main reason for opposing it is that it encourages mining activity for exploration in places where you don't have good geology, but you do have a good tax advantage. So it's disrupting sensitive environments for purposes of a tax credit. So the first amendment, Parti Vert 1, what we do in this one is essentially delete the sections that you find on page 13 of Bill C-44 in Clause 23. Delete the extension, which means that the tax credit would end in the year 2018 because the extension would not be brought forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope that's clear as to what our intention is.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Albas.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to be voting in opposition to this simply due to the fact I attended in Prince George in 2016, January last year, a natural resources summit in Prince George, as I said. I went actually a day early, specifically had a First Nation elder who actually has been working in mining for quite a number of years, most of his life, go through how mining is done from start to the repatriation and remediation of the land. And there is such a change in the types of technologies and the methods that are used to respect the environment, but at the same time continue to be able to supply good paying Canadian jobs. Canadian mining companies are the largest users of computer technology in the country because of the sophistication, and that is reflected at all stages. I profoundly disagree. There are challenges with junior mining companies. It is how they finance their operations, which is going to have long-term issues, but this is not going to assist dealing with what the member is speaking to. I do appreciate her opinion. I would suggest, though, that she actually talk to some of the industry, maybe even walk some of the different projects, because the care that's given and the remediation that's done in those cases is quite significant.
Any other thoughts on this amendment? All right. On PV1, shall the amendment carry? Is anybody here? Shall the amendment carry? All those in favor? Opposed? Lost. PV2, Ms. May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm disappointed that there were no other members of Parliament or other parties, although my colleague from the Bloc appears to have been willing to vote with me if either of us were allowed to have a vote. The Parti Vert 2, what we're doing here is to be more aggressive in getting rid of the mining tax credit by changing the language of the amendment so that it's not only not extended, but there's an actual retreat to the year 2017. I appreciate the comments from my friend Mr. Albas. Just to say that I've worked extensively with the Mining Association of Canada. I'd say before I became involved in partisan politics, I was actually on the advisory board of the Mining Association of Canada and their Towards Sustainable Mining initiative, and I completely agree that a lot of the larger mining companies show a lot of care and concern, and I wouldn't want my comments to apply to the mining industry in general. But there is no reason, and I think that the essence of conservatism should agree with this, there's no reason to essentially give a $30 million tax bonus to mining companies to encourage exploration, and the mining companies most likely to do environmental damage are the junior prospectors and junior miners. Many of those companies aren't members of the Mining Association of Canada. So I continue to maintain that this is a perverse subsidy. The federal government doesn't need to give mining companies money to mine, and it particularly doesn't need to give a tax credit to encourage exploration in places where you're unlikely to find anything except for a tax credit.
Any other thoughts? Mr. Albas.
Just to, again, Mr. Chair, just to reiterate, first of all, junior mining companies as well as the larger ones. First of all, many large mining companies do not do exploration. They actually purchase prepackaged, sites from the juniors. That's how it works. Second of all, provinces like British Columbia heavily regulate how these companies act. If you wish to, and again, a big part of British Columbia is under federal crown lands with reserves and whatnot, and there is specific requirements for them to work with First Nations when they are looking, and a big part is demonstrating that they are going to be very diligent in how they do their exploration. A lot of it now is done with drone technology and based on magnets and whatnot, as well as site checks. In the old days, absolutely site checks, large strips of land would happen. The industry has enormously changed over the past 10 years. And if you looked 30 years ago, perhaps you might see some of those things. But in British Columbia, whether it be how we sustainably harvest our trees, how we put forward mining projects, they are doing their due diligence and making sure harm isn't done. So again, I just, unfortunately, this may not be the proper venue, Mr. Chair, but I just really want to raise those points. There are issues with how the financing of these companies, are done. But again, withdrawal of a tax credit like this would be extremely damaging to the industry overall, which is why I think even with a change of government, they have continued to support this, because this tax credit is, not only, it's not a major component, but it does help a struggling industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comments? Well, the discussion is educational, Dan, for sure. Thank you both. Is there any other discussion? Then shall PV2, the amendment, carry? All those in favor? Opposed? Amendment is lost. Shall clause 23 carry? All those in favor? On division?
On division.
Carried. Clauses 24. There's no amendments to clauses 24 to 102. I'll give you a moment to think about this. If we want to see those as one and carry them in a group. That's clauses 24 to 102. No? Okay. Okay, yeah, you've got clauses 40. Can we go from clauses 24 to 41?
Yes.
Is everyone okay with that? Okay, shall clauses 24 to 41 carry on division? Okay. Clauses to 41 carried on division. Then starting, that included Part 2, amendments to the Excise Tax Act. Part 3, amendments to the Excise Tax Act, Excise Act 2001 and the Economic Action Plan 2014, Act Number 1, clauses 42 to 67. Clause 42. Mr. Albas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I certainly appreciate that when we had at committee a number of witnesses from various industries have said that this will be very harmful not just only to the producers of beer, wine, and spirits, Canadian companies, but also to those that support them. So, for example, everything from the farmers that make the hops, they will see a demand change for them all the way through to restaurants who, all the way through that chain, contribute greatly to this country in terms of taxes and productivity. Mr. Chair, yeah.
So for a sec, because we know we've had a discussion on this, and there is no amendments in this section, but I think we are agreeable to having a discussion about these points and giving people some flexibility to have the floor to make their point. And I just wanted to make that point in case, because we're not speaking to an amendment. Go ahead. Okay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the clarification. I will keep it rather succinct. Again, from my work as a member of Parliament previous to this 42nd Parliament, I had a chance to engage both with people on the beer as well as wine side. Obviously, my area is a wine-producing region, but I'm proud to say now today it is also a beer-producing region with breweries opening, microbreweries opening up, both just in Kelowna, West Kelowna, as well as in Summerland. And the challenge I think that we see here, Mr. Chair, is that there are certain producers who will just decide not to grow or to let go of certain staffs to offset the cost increase that will happen here so that they can maintain competitiveness. But then you will also have the people that have entered in good faith into this industry under a business plan that looked at, because their markups are provincially are very high. And again, they are not just paying GST and income tax and corporate income tax, they are also paying provincial markups as well as licensing fees, etc. These kinds of year-over-year excise tax, Mr. Chair, when you add on the GST on top, will make the industry less competitive. For example, there's one large-scale producer that produces both in Canada and the United States. They have 105,000 hectoliter deficit as in terms of there's more demand in Canada than not. And if you do not, they could go either way. And so if we are adding costs that makes them less competitive, they will go to where they, first of all, can sell much easier, places like the United States, where they don't have the same kind of interprovincial trade laws. And for those that are just not big enough to have that choice, Mr. Chair, they will let jobs go. They will choose not to replace equipment. And again, as I said to the Minister, we're at the lowest levels of business investment since 1981. A year-over-year escalator is not in anyone's interest. I would say not just for the industry, I would say for the taxpayer, because I think year-over-year you will see reduction in investment as well as reduction in jobs and reduction in the taxes from lower levels of production. Thank you.
Mr. Dussault, then Mr. Lippert.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et je veux juste faire écho à ce que mon collègue.
I'd like to repeat what my colleague said to help my colleagues understand on the other side, help them understand that on this issue, witnesses were extremely clear, unlike on other issues and other parts of the bill. In some cases, opinions can differ, expert opinions can differ, but in this case, they did not. Their opinions were very clear, very specific. The 5 witnesses, if I remember correctly, were all in disagreement with these increases, particularly those relating to inflation. I'm speaking on Articles 42 and 43, which are designed to increase excise taxes on beer with inflation. So I'm talking about both clauses here. And I would implore my colleagues, there might be an opportunity to adjust the excise taxes on beer one time, increase them once, but I would ask them not to support clauses 42 and 43 and have an inflationary adjustment process for excise duties. I believe this is extremely damaging to the industry. And that's certainly not my opinion alone. I'm echoing what witnesses said, those who appeared before the committee. Representatives of the beer industry who are concerned by these clauses said that, but we heard the same for wine and spirits. All experts were unanimous, particularly with regard to the inflationary adjustment. I would therefore urge my colleagues to reject these clauses because they will be damaging to the industry, who will see endless increases to their excise duties for an endless number of years. There will also be a constitutional problem, as a representative from the beer industry said. No taxation without representation, as they say. So if taxes rise with no end in sight, without Parliament having to reapprove the increases each time, that's exactly what's going to happen if we vote for these clauses. The escalator will never stop, and parliamentarians will not have an opportunity on voting on these excise duty increases again. I would therefore urge my colleagues to reject the escalator. We might understand why they would support a fairly modest increase to excise duties once, but not an inflationary escalator, please.
Liepert, and then Mr. Ouellette.
I won't repeat what my colleague Mr. Albus or Mr. Doucette said, but just say that I certainly concur with those comments. But I think the other thing that was very clear by several of our guests, and we have in recent weeks had a number of indicators that this particular initiative will trigger some trade contracts that we have internationally. We are already under severe pressure with the United States, and why over a few dollars we would poke an international trade agreement is beyond me, but I think it needs to go on record here today, and we will put it on record that these escalators are going to trigger an international trade dispute that this country, frankly, does not need.
Thank you, Mr. Liepert. Mr. Ouellette, and keep in mind, if anybody has any questions for the witness here from the Department of Finance, Mr. Bourgeois, that is possible too. Mr. Ouellette.
There's a witness. We totally forgot. We were conversing across the way here. But one thing I think that's really been forgotten in a lot of this debate is the health implications. It wasn't something that was raised by any of the witnesses until I had the opportunity, and so it's something that's been evacuated from this complete debate. And it's, in fact, I actually even had heard from one of the witnesses the same arguments that Big Tobacco was making many, many years ago. Is, you know, we can't do this, and those studies are all fake and they're not true. But at the end of the day, we know that alcohol has a huge impact on a lot of communities, and prices haven't gone up in for a lot of these products. Now, you know, maybe we need more witnesses to come and testify about the health impacts of alcohol on various communities, not only in Winnipeg Centre, but I'm sure in Quebec and in Alberta. I'm sure the effects of alcohol are very important to a lot of communities. Now, I think for me, when I look at the excise tax and it's the escalator, well, the thing I see is stability. I see a way of offering businesses a long-term look and vision for what the costs are going to be for them, and they can calculate that. They won't have a government that shows up, a new government after 10 years, or says, oh yeah, we forgot to raise those excise taxes for the last 10 years, maybe we should increase it by 20% or 15%, because they haven't kept pace with inflation and the cost of actually providing these services, and ensuring, you know, how much it actually costs when to calculate this and the cost to society. So I think that's something that's really important. I also think when I was reading a little bit more in greater detail, and perhaps they weren't able to explain it, but at the same time, when you have Canadian primary product, Canadian wheat used in these products, or Canadian grape, and you use Canadian labor and you produce it in a Canadian place, there is no excise tax, is what I heard. And at the end of the day, for instance, for a case of beer, it's 5 cents on a case of 24. For me, that doesn't seem like a whole lot. So for me, I'm really supportive of this measure because I think it's in the right direction. But also, I'd just like to, one final thing, is this idea of taxation without representation. I disagree with that. We were elected here and we're standing here right now, and I think we're offering a long-term vision. None of these every one of these the witnesses who came here to testify at the Finance Committee had the opportunity, to vote for an elected representative, and so they all have representation. And it's not the case of Washington, D.C., where they don't have a congressman, or it's not a state. They have the opportunity of being represented in this place by ourselves. And so for me, it's a misnomer to say that they do not have representation. They do. And I guess for one final thing, I guess I will have a question for Matthew Bourgeois, the witness, perhaps to his chagrin, I'm not sure. We'll find out. Could you give us some of the reasons behind the reason for this increase?
So my name is Matthew Bourgeois. I'm a tax policy officer at Finance Canada for Sales Tax Division. And to respond to your question, basically, it's all based on the fact that alcohol excise duty rates have not been adjusted to account for inflation in the last almost 3 decades. And in that sense, it lost some of its value over time. And the change that we would introduce today with that would be to ensure that the effectiveness of those rates will be maintained going forward. So it's purely a matter of maintaining the effectiveness of those rates. Thank you.
On that point, if this could you give us the figure? You've indicated that there's been no increases for X number of years. I didn't catch the number. If those weren't in place in the past 20 years, what would be the excise tax today? If this clause would have been in place 25 years ago, what would be the excise tax today? Because going forward 25 years, it is going to be in place if it passes this committee.
Well, without doing all the calculations out of the top of my head, I think you would speak about a 90% increase for the last 30 years. It would be basically the consumer price index at the rough average of 2% per year. So every year it would have been a 2% increase for the last 30 years. So
the consumer price index went up to 9% or 10, and I've been around when it was 10. And I remember interest rates very well at the time. Then that's what the excise tax would go up as well?
Correct, but in the last 10 years, the average was roughly 1.9%.
I think you're a little like my son. He believes interest rates are never going to go over 6%. I've seen them at 23. Mr. Dussault.
No, I haven't.
Mr. Leipert, then, was it? Okay. Any other questions? Oh, Mr. Albas. I knew there was someone.
No, I appreciate that. And again, previous governments have canceled the escalator because of what it did to the industry. We heard from committee, from witnesses that saw the spirits industry leveled and where people had to let go a lot of people. We're here to listen and to pay attention to those things. And again, since the 80s, we heard a committee 125% increase in excise tax since the 80s. So there's not like this has been, and that's just one form of taxation. You add onto it the provincial markups, which continue to irritate and cause all sorts of angst. So I'll leave it. I do respect all honorable members in this place, but I do think that once you get out to your different municipalities and communities or to other parts of the country which depend heavily on these things, you're going to hear a much different story than what you've put here today.
Okay, any further discussion on this clause 42? Shall clause 4, you want to vote? Recorded vote. Shall clause 42 carry? Madam Clerk.
Mr. Fergus? Ms. O'Connell? Yes. Mr. Grewal?
Yes.
Mr. Badaway?
Yes.
Mr. Ouellet?
Yay.
Mr. Deltel?
Contre.
Mr. Albas?
Contre.
Mr. Leipert?
No.
Mr. Dussault?
No.
Clause 42 is carried. Clause 43, any discussion on clause 43?
Recorded.
Recorded vote. Clause 43, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Fergus.
Cool.
Ms. O'Connell.
Yes.
Mr. Grewal.
Yes.
Mr. Badaway.
Yes.
Mr. Ouellet.
Yes.
Mr. Deltel.
No.
Mr. Albus.
No.
Mr. Leipert.
No.
Mr. Dussault.
No.
Clause 43 is carried. Clause 44, any discussion? On division or a vote?
No. Recorded vote.
Recorded vote. Clause 44, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Fergus.
Cool.
Ms. O'Connell.
Yes.
Mr. Grewal.
Yes.
Mr. Badaway.
Yes.
Mr. Ouellet.
Yes.
Mr. Deltel. Mr. Albus.
Contre.
Mr. Leipert.
No.
Mr. Dussault.
No.
Clause 44 is carried. Clause 45, any discussion? Can we see clauses 45 to 48 together?
On division.
On division, clauses 45, 46, 47, and 48 carry on division. Clause 49. Mr. Dussault.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Et maintenant, l'article 49.
Thank you, Chair. Clause 49. Now we've really leveled a lot of shots at the beer industry, and now we're looking at the spirits. That's our next target, it seems. So it looks like we have the same inflationary adjusted approach for spirits as of 2018. And once again, I can tell you that everyone in this sector has told us that this will have a very negative effect on their business, especially in spirits, actually, given that the level of regulation is already weighing very heavily on this sector. To produce merely a liter of spirits, producers have to respect so many rules, both federal and provincial, before they can sell a single liter anywhere in Canada. So here again, this is going to damage a sector which is growing in Canada, which is important to Canada, and that has already proven itself even on the international market. Think of Canadian whiskey. That was mentioned by our witnesses here before us. So we have attacked beer, now we're attacking spirits with this inflation adjustment approach. In 2019, we may no longer be sitting here in this House very well, but we were elected now and we voted on it. But the inflationary adjustment will still be there. The escalator will still be applied to these producers. And my friends who will have voted for it, may no longer be here. And the escalator will go up and rise, reflecting inflation, which might be 2%, but as you say, Mr. Chair, might be 20%. We really can't tell. We can't read the tea leaves, especially with regard to spirits. So I really hesitate to toss my vote in for infinite escalator without any parliamentary review. So it's a nay. Now it's spirits, and what's next? Are we on to wine?
Mr. Albas and then Mr. Ouellet.
Again, we had a debate just not too long ago with Mr. Member Ben Lobb's bill in the House. And again, he was talking about actually reducing the cost, partly because producers in the United States do not pay the same level of high excise tax as we do here in Canada, and the same with the Europeans. Again, as we continue to live longer, etc., just to your point about health and whatnot, actually, I'm not even going to go into the argument of harm and all that stuff. But I think I'll stay very focused. Is again, makers in British Columbia like Victoria Gin, they have said that they have not been able to break into the American market as strongly as they want because their cost is just so much higher. And they were looking for excise relief. And let's not just forget, though, that they would be able to buy more Canadian products from Canadian farmers, be able to produce them here. Groups like Maple Leaf Spirits in Naramata, Mr. Speaker. There used to be on the Naramata bench, it was all wineries. There are some of these spirits and distillers, artisan spirits and distillers that are trying to make a go of it, and it's very difficult under that regulatory environment. As I said, if you look what happened with the wine industry, when 100% Canadian content was made exempt. We now have gone to hundreds of wineries across the country. When we actually made some excise relief for beer, the microbrewery movement went up tremendously. I would suggest that this is going to really harm the spirit manufacturers, whether they be big or small. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Ouellette.
We just voted on Section 45, 46, which talked about taxing of cigarettes, which we know are very harmful to the health of people. And when you read the literature concerning the spiritueux, or the absolute ethanol alcohol or spirits, you find when you deal with the court systems, in some places 95% of the people are in the court systems because of their relationship with alcohol, which has a huge impact on many communities. And we pass many laws in the criminal justice system in order to deal with the problems related to that. Now, I know it's not the fault of the spirit makers or manufacturers or whatever name we give to them. Sorry, I'm not familiar with the industry too much in the sense, I'm not a manufacturer myself of spirits or ethanol alcohol, but it does have an impact, and I think we have to think about that impact and how to curb in some ways. And so if we make it too inexpensive, people will abuse it, and when they abuse it, they end up in the court systems, and then we end up with many other problems that we're trying to deal with here in Parliament day in and day out, or even in my community. And so for me, I simply cannot support, or I support this measure. I just can't support this industry in the way that you would like on the opposition side. And I respect that, but it's just not something I believe is something we should encourage wholeheartedly. I think we have to take a bit more circumspect view of it. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you all for your points. No, Mr. Badaway.
Just a quick question, and I do apologize. I was going to call for it earlier, but it slipped by me. Is there any chance of having a recorded vote on Clause 45?
Yes. No, we're too late on Clause 45 now.
We're too late? Okay,
but
thank you, Mr. Chair.
you have a call for it prior to the vote. Clause 49, any further discussion? All those in favor, recorded vote?
Vote, please.
All those in favor, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Fergus. Ms. O'Connell. Yes. Mr. Graywell.
Yes.
Mr. Badaway.
Yes.
Mr. Ouellette.
Oui.
Mr. Deltel.
Contre.
Mr. Alves.
Contre.
Mr. Leipert.
No.
Mr. Dussault.
No.
Clause 49 is carried. Just to inform the committee because we are going well into the night, we will take we'll suspend for 15 minutes about 6 o'clock so people can take a health break, get a little bite to eat. Clause 50, Mr. Dussault.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et quelle surprise.
Thank you, Chair. Oh my, what a surprise. After attacking beer and spirits, we're now on to wine. And we're going to bring in the same escalator on wine this time, without repeating what I've already said regarding the other two subsectors of this sector, beer and spirits. Now that we're talking about wine, we can see here clearly, and by the way, the Association of Wine Producers of Canada and individuals as well have told us that they will surely, and without any doubt, they are going to be facing some challenges from the World Trade Organization because 100% Canadian wines are tax exempt, whereas other wines, including wines produced by our economic partners that are selling their products in Canada, will be taxed differently, and they will be subjected to this escalator, this infinite escalator that could very well go through roofs. There's no limit on how far this escalator could rise, and it's clearly said that they will, our wine will be exempted. And there will be definitely a challenge to us at the World Trade Organization entered by our competitors. And I would invite us to pay attention to this, to act wisely in this regard, and in so doing, to say nay to this clause. Because from what the witnesses have told us, we will surely be drawn into trade issues, allowing our 100% wine to be exempted like this. And some international court is very likely to tell us that we've made a wrong move here and that our about to be adopted clause here just doesn't hold water. So I would suggest that we use our wisdom here, that we proceed wisely, and that we avoid this type of challenge, trade challenge. If not for beer and for spirits, at least for wine.
Oh, well, I'm glad you're now presuming that I'll speak, Mr. Chair, because
Well,
from a
I thought
wine-producing area...
maybe you were scratching your head.
Yeah, no, I often scratch my head when the NDP speak, but not on this one.
Dear.
In this case, I'm scratching my head because here we have a government that claims it was voted in on an economic platform to grow the economy, to see widely make it more inclusive growth, so to speak. You have many areas like in Nova Scotia, in Ontario. We see in Quebec there's a lot of investment that's gone to improve wine quality there and to attract tourism. Even our committee, Mr. Chair, actually suggested in our pre-budget report to the Minister of Finance that the government look at ways to assisting wineries to be able to grow and to be able to build on the international brand that Canada has. Unfortunately, it does seem that the government did not necessarily take the advice. Maybe we should take that in mind and maybe make recommendations not to do things so that they'll at least protect them from further things. And I just want to say how disappointed it is to see that where we actually have an industry that has been a proven growth, that the government has chosen to add to it. And this is, again, in addition to provincial markups, which continue to go up. This is the wrong direction, I believe. For the industry, we all like to say that we love Canadian wine and we want to see them succeed, and yet here today we are putting that at risk by adding costs in addition to adding carbon tax, in addition to adding payroll taxes, in addition to not allowing for the small business tax rate to continue to lower. Mr. Chair, I think we're going in the wrong direction, and it's going to hit government coffers eventually, particularly when wineries just decide it's not worth it to grow, and they'll just stay small. I think we have far too many small wineries in this country. We only have a very few medium-sized and very limited amount of large ones that can compete with the likes of Australia and the United States. This will put a cog in the wheel and make it much more difficult for that industry to grow and for us to be able to start to build that market share. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion, Mr. Ouellette?
I think the comment about remaining small, sometimes, small is sometimes good. We can always want to be the Jackson Triggs, the large winery, but if you had a choice between having an ice wine or something from the Niagara region or something that was really produced by a local family that was really putting their care and love into their product, compared to something produced mass produced on the market, I think I would take the local winery because maybe you're going to get something that's really extraordinary. So sometimes I think it's easy to pass blanket judgment on things, but we also shouldn't. In the 1980s, after the entry of NAFTA and the free trade agreement, a lot of wineries in the Okanagan went out of business, but what they did was they revitalized themselves. I remember that. I had an uncle, he was a journalist working for the Oliver News, not a big news company or corporation, but just a small little group. But what they were able to do was replant, and they've grown from it. And obviously, they've gotten some great support, promotion. But at the same time, they started really from when most of those wineries were going under business, and they were ripping out the vines. And so, I think we can't underestimate the entrepreneurship of some of the people who were involved in this industry. And I think it really just offers a level of stability for them. These, the escalator, because it's going to say, well, this is the amount, this is the cost. But don't forget, at the end of the day, if it's Canadian product made in Canada, there is no excise tax.
Mr. Leipert.
Well, Mr. Chair, thank you. But it would only be a Liberal that would think an escalating tax would be a stabilizer. Anyhow, and I couldn't help but respond to our Mr. Ouellette's first line about maybe small is good. I wish he'd have a conversation with his finance minister, because remember, we were promised a small deficit. So small would be good when it comes to a deficit. So I'd ask you to take that to your finance minister. In the meantime, I think what this committee should be recommending to to our friends in the wine industry is they need to, the wine industry needs to declare that they're a cluster. And if they become a cluster, then they'll get the attention of this government. That seems like, unless you're a cluster, you can't get any attention from this government. Super cluster, that's right, a super cluster. So we need a super cluster of wine growers in this country, and then maybe the Liberal government will actually listen to them.
I do think we're straying a little from Clause 50, but go ahead, Mr.
I will be very succinct. Fred King used to be the Member of Parliament for Okanagan-Similkameen, and he probably was the Member of Parliament when your family member was there. Fred King and many of the people that got into the industry, he was, Fred was a farmer in Clevedon, and he said that at the time when NAFTA came in, everyone saw the industry as it being going nowhere. They could not compete with the Americans. So the Mulroney government did a replant program that changed the industry. So where people saw opportunity and put in a lot of hard work, that industry made distinct changes, distinct investments, and changed everything in my area. But I will say this, is that if we think that throwing more challenges and roadblocks is a way to make things better for our economy, that is wrong. And I would also just argue for a moment is that when we heard from them during pre-budget, we actually agreed that there could be more that government could do to support a thriving sector. Mr. Chair, this puts, as has been said very, very poignantly by my NDP colleague as well as my Conservative colleagues, will put the industry on the wrong footing. It's the wrong place to go. And I would suggest to the member opposite that maybe if he's met with as many wineries across this great country, I would agree, small can be beautiful, but I will say having so many small firms try to compete and try to build economies of scale where they can compete with Australia. There's one vintage, Mr. Chair, in Australia that is larger than the Canadian wine industry as a whole. One vintage by one company in Australia. And so we need to have larger firms and more market share. This puts not only an anchor around the larger players, this also, by the way, many of them have huge investments in premium VQA wineries. That will mean less investment in those smaller wineries, but the small people, as we've heard, may be increasingly at risk to challenge. This is not the way to grow an economy, I submit.
Mr. Badaway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question to staff. With respect to the excise tax, if in fact the wine that's produced is 100% Canadian content with respect to the grapes, does that as well trigger the excise tax?
There's no excise tax. There's no excise duty on 100% Canadian wine.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion on Clause 50?
Vote.
Recorded vote. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Fergus?
Cool.
Ms. O'Connell?
Yes.
Mr. Graywell?
Yes.
Mr. Badaway?
Yes.
Mr. Ouellette?
Oui.
Mr. Deltel?
No.
Mr. Albis?
No.
Mr. Leipert?
No.
Mr. Dussault?
No.
Clause 50 has carried. Is there, could we get unanimous consent to deal with clauses 51 through to 63?
Yep.
I think you're gonna, are you okay with that, Pierre? All right, could we, clauses 51 to 63?
On division.
Shall they carry on division?
Division.
Carried. Clauses 51 to 63 carried on division. Clause 64. Okay. Who wanted to speak on that? I think somebody from the Conservative Party. Clause 64. We'll give you a minute to find it. I got to find it too. Rates on rates of duty on spirits. Mr. Albaz. Pardon?
Page 37 of...
Yeah. Page 37. Okay, Mr. Albaz, go ahead.
We are opposed.
You are opposed. That's your total discussion for previous reasons outlined, I'm sure. Any other discussion on clause 64? Hearing none, shall
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Fergus.
Cool.
Ms. O'Connell. Yes. Mr. Grewal.
Yeah.
Mr. Badaway.
Yes.
Mr. Ouellet.
Yes.
Mr. Deltel.
Contre.
Mr. Albus.
No. Against, please.
Mr. Lippert.
No.
Mr. Dussault.
No. Clause 64 has carried. Clause 65, I believe you asked Mr. Deltel.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, alors nous objectons à ce...
Mr. Chairman, we object to the article according to the principles that we stated. If we want to encourage our businesses to grow, more tax isn't going to encourage investment. So increasing excise duties through an escalator is not going to help business people. So we will be voting against this provision.
Discussion? I expect it's a recorded
vote.
Madam Clerk.
Mr. Fergus.
Cool.
Ms. O'Connell. Yes. Mr. Grewal.
Yep.
Mr. Badaway.
Yes.
Mr. Ouellet.
Yes.
Mr. Deltel.
Contre.
Mr. Albus.
Contre.
Mr. Lippert.
No.
Mr. Dussault.
Contre.
Clause 65 has carried. We probably can go through to clause 102 is the next one that I have an amendment on, I believe. 103. 103, so they can go to 102. Give people a moment to think about this. Can we go from clause 66 inclusive to 102? Anybody got anything they want to raise in any of that section? Give you a moment there, Pierre.
Peut-être juste, ce serait juste une question, peut-être.
And just a question to our witnesses. When we talk about repealing paragraph 69.3 of the 2014 Economic Action Plan and paragraph 69.5 of the same Economic Action Plan, I'm referring to clause 66. I didn't get the interpretation on that article. I don't have it in front of me, but if I understand correctly, in the bill, the Economic Action Plan 2014 Act number 1, at the time, there was a definition for cigarette tax, for tax cigarettes, which included a date. When we changed the rate on cigarettes, we had to change the definition to ensure that it would be consistent. Does that answer your question?
not so much in this section, but Mr. Bourgeois, can you tell me on this trade challenge business if there was any analysis done?
Je ne suis pas l'expert en trade challenges.
I'm not the expert on trade challenges and trade disputes. I'm sure there is a team at Finance Canada that looked at it. When the special measure was established, the Government of Canada at the time reduced and eliminated some tariffs, and that dealt with the problem at the time. I can't speculate on these years.
You up to answer this question, Ms. Gover?
No, I thought it was related to the next section.
Okay. All right, then that's fine. It was just going through my mind. So, okay, then shall clauses 66 through to 102 carry on division?
Agreed.
On division, clauses 66 to 102 are carried. Turning then to Division 2. Thank you very much, Mr. Bourgeois. Then we have an amendment from Green PV3. Ms. May, it's a PV3 amendment. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Page 68 of the bill. If people have the bill in front of them, go ahead.
I'll try to be succinct. I just want to give a bit of background. This amendment relates to the fundamental principle that Parliament controls the public purse. It's a principle, but increasingly it's one held in theory, but not in reality. Certainly in the Harper years, we developed a practice in Parliament of, the Prime Minister developed the practice of having the borrowing authority for the federal government be passed by order in council, in other words, by cabinet alone. It was one of the promises made in the election platform of Liberals that to require the government to receive Parliament's approval on borrowing plans. Now, I approve of the effort, but basically burying this provision for our Borrowing Authority Act in the middle of a 400-page omnibus bill is not as much accountability or as much focus on the section as we would have liked. So the amendment that I'm putting forward is to add, there's a section relating to the borrowing authority. Section 8 on page 68 relates in general to the question of how do we report back to Parliament about borrowing. And what my amendment does as an effort to increase accountability, that when we have the 3-year report to Parliament, that the government should consult with the leaders of all parties in the House. And note, I have not used the word recognized. There's no reason not to consult with leaders of parties, whether the Green or the Bloc or any other party. But over the next, every 3 years, the amendment that I'm proposing, which I hope people will actually consider, it's just in an effort to have greater accountability. It's only a consultation, it's not a veto. That, quote, the results of consultations held with representatives of every party in the House of Commons on the adequacy of borrowing authority acts as a means of ensuring accountability to Parliament with respect to the Minister's borrowing authority. In other words, it's an attempt to ask leaders of all the parties in the House, is this method we've just chosen working well to ensure accountability, to bring back the fundamental notion that Parliament controls the public purse? Members would seriously consider this. I can't see any reason for opposing a consultation with leaders of parties in the House about how this mechanism, which I generally support the mechanism, to see how it's working.
All right, the motion is on the floor. Mr. Alves.
So just to get my thinking straight, you're asking for a read and review, like where the minister will report back in a certain amount of time?
Well, we do have in the Act now that the minister shall cause to be tabled in Parliament within 3 years of when this section comes into force. So the minister already is going to do that. We're not, but what we're saying is when the minister reports to the House on how this new reviews of borrowing authorities are working, that one of the things the minister will report upon is the consultations with other parties in the House. So there's no downside here. Honestly, It doesn't involve, as I said, it doesn't give any party in the House a veto, but it does create more of a role for the leaders of parties in the House to speak to the question of, do we think this is working well? There's nothing more fundamental for Parliament to review than how much in debt we're getting as a government. And I think it's an attempt to make sure that this section that we're passing today, I assume we'll pass it in Bill C-44, is responsive to how parliamentarians feel this is working.
Is there any further discussion? Could I ask a question, Elizabeth? Do we?
I think it's up to you if you can ask a question. You if I can answer
Well,
it.
I'm going to ask one anyway. But do consultations not occur by the debate in the House on a budget bill?
Not in the sense that the report of the minister would be on consultations held about the adequacy, about how the mechanism is working, debates in the House. For one thing, you don't always know that every leader in the House is going to have an opportunity to debate. When we have time allocations, the leader, as the leader of the Green Party, I'm sometimes not able to get a speaking slot. But I have to say, debates in the House are not as useful a consultation mechanism as actually talking to each other outside of debate. How is this working? How could it be improved? And reporting on that to Parliament.
Okay, do we have anybody else who wants to raise a point? Hearing none, all recorded vote. Then on PB, the amendment PB3, shall the amendment carry? Recorded vote, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Fergus.
Contre.
Ms. O'Connell. No. Mr. Grewal.
No.
Mr. Badaway.
No.
Mr. Ouellet.
No.
Mr. Deltel.
Pour.
Mr. Albus.
Oui.
Mr. Leipert.
Yes.
Mr. Dussault.
Pour. The amendment is lost. Shall clause 103 carry? On division? On division, clause 103 is carried on division. Then we do not, I don't see anything before me before Part 4, Division 4. So could we have consent to look at 104 to 112? Agreed. Shall clauses 1.4 to 1.12 carry on division? On division. Clause Division 4, then Shared Services Canada, Clause 113, I believe, Mr. Deltel.
Oui, Monsieur le Président. Alors, dans cette section-là,
Mr. Chairman, this clause deals with the Shared Services Act. We understand that there will be limitations which are fair enough in an omnibus bill on shared services, but our particular concern is on security issues. We have no problem with the government dealing with private businesses. We are conservative or we're not. But there are times when the government has to have priority, especially when it comes to security issues. In our view, we believe that clauses 113 and 114 lead to major concerns on security issues. In the world in which we live, this is not something we can play around with, and we are aware that the concerns people might have regarding security measures directly affect public services. The war on terrorism has many facets, and we are not protected from problems that may lead to our public services being vulnerable. So we do have concerns regarding clauses 113 and 114, which amend Section 7 of the Shared Services Canada Act.
We all in? All done?
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote. Then, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Fergus.
Pour.
Ms. O'Connell. Yes. Mr. Grewal.
Yes.
Mr. Badaway.
Yes.
Mr. Ouellet.
Oui.
Mr. Deltel.
Contre.
Mr. Albus.
Against.
Mr. Leipert.
No.
Mr. Dussault.
Pour. Clause 113 is carried. Clause 114, any further discussion? Recorded vote as well. Mr. Ouellette.
I'd like to say one final thing. We did have the opportunity of, I went to OGO and I heard some of the testimony on Shared Services Canada, many of the issues that they've been facing, and I think it's going to just offer a greater level of flexibility to various departments to, really ensure that this is a successful new ministry. It has had an awful lot of problems for 5 years, and just an example of many of the problems that we are dealing with now and trying to clean up.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ouellette. Madam Clerk, Clause 114.
Mr. Fergus.
Pour.
Ms. O'Connell. Yes. Mr. Grewal.
Yes.
Mr. Badaway.
Yes.
Mr. Ouellette.
Oui.
Mr. Deltel.
Contre.
Mr. Alves.
Against.
Mr. Leiper.
No.
Mr. Dussault.
Clause 114 is carried. Then could we see Clause 115 through to 126, I believe, is it? 127. Could we see 115 through to 127? Anybody have any problems with that?
On division.
On division, Clause 115 through to 127 on division. On division. Okay. On Clause 128, we have an amendment. Liberal 1, I would say first is if Liberal 1 is adopted, and thank you witnesses for coming forward, if Liberal 1 is adopted, question cannot be put on NDP 1 due to line conflicts in the budget bill. Who is moving this? Mr. Fergus.
Monsieur le Président, tout simplement.
Mr. Chairman, the amendment that I would like to put forward is to ensure that the French version agrees fully with the English version, that Bill C-44 in Clause 128 be amended by replacing, in the French version, lines 8 and 9 on page 78 with the following. Tant sur les politiques macroéconomiques, only the French will change. This is why there is no English. Tant sur les politiques macroéconomiques et budgétaires. That is all I wish to change, and it is to make sure they agree.
Mr. Deltel.
Président, pour, comme on dit en anglais, the record, là,
For the record, we're going to lose our French in the end. We will support the amendment put forward by our colleague, but as you know, we don't agree with the bill in general, so we'll vote for the amendment, but against the clause, against the amended clause. You are faithful to your position.
Okay, shall Liberal 1 amendment carry? All those in favor on division? On division, carried.
Carried.
Due to the line conflict, NDP 1 is not going to be dealt with. NDP 2. An amendment to Clause 128, Mr. Dussault. There's no need to read the amendment. It's everybody has it. So if you want to go to the explanation.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, c'est un amendement qui est...
The purpose of this amendment, which I consider very important, is similar to the spirit of other amendments. The purpose is to establish a selection process for the parliamentary budget officer which is inclusive and which includes the members of this House, the members of the parties in this House, so that we can ensure that the person finally selected as PBO will have everybody's support and multi-party support. It also ensures that we specify the qualifications and skills required to achieve that position. That includes the level of education required and necessary expertise in budgetary and financial analysis. The purpose of this amendment is to put some prerequisites for selecting the PBO into the bill. We believe they're very important so that we can ensure once there is a PBO selected, he or she will have been chosen through a process of consultation and with the support of everybody from the House. Unlike some appointments that we saw, which where questions were raised, it's to avoid having questions being raised with such an important position, which is nonpartisan and which will have to be perceived as such always. We want to avoid any situation that may be considered risky, as we saw with a recent appointment of a commissioner. So we want those criteria and prerequisites to be in the bill.
So, Mr. Fergus.
Tous mes collègues autour de la table,
will know that I do take amendments very seriously. I believe that the amendment that I will soon be moving is simpler, but achieves the same goal as that which my NDP colleague wishes to achieve, and that is why I will vote against his amendment, but I will vote for my own upcoming amendment.
All those, Mr. Dussault.
I would submit that my amendment is better than his amendment, Mr. Chairman. We can, of course, carry on in this way for quite some time.
All those in favor of amendment NDP 2 shall amendment NDP 2 carry. All those in favor? All those opposed? Lost. Then turning then to PV4, and I would make a comment here on PV4. The vote on PV4, Green Party 4, applies to PV13 as they are consequential to each other. If PB4 and PB13 are adopted, BQ, Bloc Québécois 5, and NDP 12 cannot be moved due to line conflicts in the bill. So just a matter of technicality according to the legislative clerk here. On PB4, is there anybody to move it? It's deemed moved. Anybody want to talk on it? Hearing none, all those in favor of PV4 amendment? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is lost. Then turning to Liberal 2. Go ahead, Mr. Fergus.
Alors, comme je viens de dire,
as I was just saying, I believe that this motion requires a certain number of skills for the and qualifications for the parliamentary budget officer, and this is how we can ensure that someone who is appointed PBO has appropriate experience either federally or provincially in budgeting. It's short and very clear. I would like to thank my colleague for his amendment. I believe it is insufficient, and I would bring him back to my own amendment, which unfortunately was defeated. This amendment is too short, and I will have to vote against it because it does not cover as much as what I was trying to cover to establish a selection process and to specify the qualifications. My amendment was much more detailed than this one. I don't believe this is insufficient. I don't think it was needed I think we have to be much more specific and establish the need for a selection process. So even though this is a good amendment, I think it is still insufficient and it doesn't add enough.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I certainly just want to ask just a question on the amendment itself. Seems, given the experience of our the proposed official languages commissioner, many people would say it's very much a partisan appointment. So the fact is here that the parliamentary budget officer shall have demonstrated experience and expertise in federal provincial budgeting. That leaves it to me, because there's no designation like a CPA or something to say that this person has a strong background in accounts and whatnot, and given that there is quite a bit of difference between public finances and private corporation, but this could easily leave the door open for someone who is a former minister provincially or even federally that has had some experience in provincial or federal budgeting. So does the member anticipate that this could be interpreted to leave open for a partisan appointment vis-a-vis what we've seen happen with the Yes, absolument. La même situation comme le.
This is exactly the same situation as with the official languages commissioner. Thank you for that lesson, and I congratulate you on your French.
I think he'd be humbled to be asked, but I'll let him actually answer whether he'd be interested in the job.
I think it's, for me, very important that obviously they do have an experience with government, because as parliamentarians, we heard, in the debate with the Parliamentary Budget Office when he came to testify, is what is the mission of the Parliamentary Budget Office? Who do they serve? And so I think they need to have a profound understanding of how this place works, the parliamentary system, how the House of Commons works, and how the Senate, and how they're supposed to help us serve us so we can hold the government to account. And so, I hope the government, and what you can see here is when you read the bill, is the government is still supposed to consult with the Governor and Council, the Leader of the Government in the Senate, the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate, and the Leader of every caucus. They're still supposed to do that. So that's not taking away from that level of consultation. But I think it's really important that we have someone, for instance, if we say it only has to be a CPA, well, at the end of the day, maybe there is not a chartered accountant who has an understanding of how Parliament works. And maybe in 10 years, Dan, or maybe in 10 years, Ron Leipert might actually be an excellent choice for that position. And who is to say that they won't be? Because maybe they'll be able to understand how this place actually works and how do you actually get something done? How do you actually provide that level of expertise? Now, I'm not saying that's, but obviously it's done in consultation. I don't think it's not done in consultation, and I don't think they're taking anything away from that.
Again, I thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I do appreciate the member's intervention. But as you know, consultation means many different things to many different people. And considering that we have highlighted on the Conservative side, and I believe also the NDP, that the consultation, the length of the consultation apparently on the official languages commissioner was a letter saying this is who it is. And it was someone who has donated and supported our Prime Minister in both his leadership and since then in his election. And this is coming from a former Liberal cabinet minister. And the question now shall be, and I'm going to ask the officials here, would a former federal or provincial Minister of Finance, or in Alberta they call them treasurers, I believe. No, it was just finance minister as well. Would that person, in your opinion, have demonstrated experience and expertise in federal or provincial budgeting?
Mr. Booth.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. So in a very narrow sense, yes, they would. I would say, too, though, the question before you is whether to put it in legislation. Certainly, as a competition is set up for a future PBO, the sorts of considerations around educational experience could be something that would be written into the job application.
again, because to me, the parliamentary budget officer shall, that means they absolutely have, demonstrated experience and expertise in federal provincial budgeting. That's going to be in law. Is that correct? And that could be simply someone might say, well, this person has served provincially and they may have even served with distinction and honor. But at the same token, it could potentially lead to the same kind of contention with the opposition parties that it is a partisan figure. And so I'm not going to be voting in favor of this. I think that the member is probably well-intentioned, but at the same token is if you can drive a bulldozer through this and put in a partisan appointment into what should be a position that serves both houses with integrity, that to allow someone with a partisan background may call the whole exercise into question, Mr. Chair. And so I will be voting no.
Any further discussion, Mr. Dussault? Mr. Dussault, then Ms. O'Connell, I believe. Mr. Fergus. Okay, go with Mr. Dussault first.
Effectivement, la dernière chose qu'on veut, c'est...
Well, the last thing we want is to have a nomination like an appointment such as to the Official Languages Commissioner for the PBO. And though this amendment is clearly well intended, it's not going to protect us from that. It's not very reassuring. It's not going to reassure parliamentarians that the appointment would be truly nonpartisan. And certainly, this is the last type of official for which we would wish for such a poor situation where he would be questioned by parliamentarians. His integrity would be up for grabs.
I understand the concerns being raised. I find the hypocrisy after 10 years of, without a clause like this and 10 years of partisan appointments without a blink of an eye. But now I think what's important here is the fact that we heard testimony on top of this that whomever is chosen and selected and then consulted in the House and the Senate and ultimately appointed, that they have experience in government budgets, being provincial or federal. That does not automatically mean that that is a former minister, as my colleagues across the way would like to paint that picture. However, this gets down to the fundamental point of experience, which we heard testimony that this skill set needs to have the type of experience of government budgets and budgeting. And I don't see that as an automatic partisan appointment. Although that might have been the practice of the past, I have confidence that this is moving in the right direction to deal with experience, and there is still the accountability left up to parliamentarians and the Senate.
Mr. Fergus and then Mr. Deltel.
Well, with great hesitation, I will leave the floor to others. I think that we have discussed this sufficiently, the government's intention and the aims of this clause amendment and bill are quite clear. I think that we have a specific aim. We want to underscore the need for experience in budgetary processes, and I think we can depend on any government, whatever the government of the day is, to ensure that this be taken seriously. And, of course, parliamentarians will take their responsibilities seriously in this matter.
Thank you, Chair. I have just two observations to make. Madame O'Connell raised the issue of that maybe in other times we had people who had some nomination, partisan nomination. Well, just me remind you that it was have to go so far away. Just a few weeks ago, the government gets a nomination for the direction des langues officielles, and someone who is clearly a liberal. Well, by the way, liberal is not a problem, but when you have that kind of stuff, this is a problem. Et le deuxième point que je voulais amener, c'est que dans mon expérience personnelle.
Second point I'd like to make. based on personal experience, and of course I was a journalist for 20 years, and in 2008 I decided to go into politics, I knew that I would no longer be working as a journalist. In fact, I would never once again work in journalism.
You know that you shut the door to some other job. And this one is clearly a job that deserves to someone who had no political link at all, as a journalist should be. And when I decided to run, I knew that was the end of my journalist career. And I would do something else. Well, that's exactly what we're talking about here. If someone wants to table his candidacy for this job, no political link at all. Like it should be for the commissaire aux langues officielles, which is not the case now, by the liberal nomination of a liberal friend, and everybody recognizes that Madame Meyer est la meilleure libérale disponible.
Mayor was the best liberal available at the time.
Any further? That point's been made. On the amendment itself, Mr. Albas.
Okay, well, just on the point, Mr. Chair, is that this goes back to my earlier contention that this is not the right process. These kinds of amendments, Mr. Page even said when he came as a witness, there was not sufficient time to be able to analyze this. And the Liberals have brought forward amendments that clearly do not pass the test here, given their current conduct with other. So I would just again say I'm registering that I'm going to be voting against this because this is not the right amendment, but it's also the wrong process for something as important as making to both houses, Mr. Speaker.
All right, we've had a fairly lengthy discussion on Liberal amendment number 2. Shall the amendment carry? Do you want to record a vote? Madam Clerk.
Mr. Fergus. Ms. O'Connell.
Yes.
Mr. Grewal.
Yes.
Mr. Badaway.
Yes.
Mr. Ouellet.
Oui.
Mr. Delta.
Contre.
Mr. Albas.
Against.
Mr. Leipert.
No.
Mr. Dussault.
No. Liberal amendment number 2 is carried. Then we'll take a 15-minute break if we could to stretch your legs. Health break, I guess we'll call it. So we'll suspend for 15 minutes. Welcome back all. And we will start on page 79 of the bill, NDP, the amendment to NDP 3. Mr. Dussault.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Et,
ready to roll?
J'espère avoir l'attention de mes collègues.
Thank you, Chair. And if my colleagues will be kind with me, this is a very important amendment I'm suggesting here, a very important issue, the remuneration for the Parliamentary Budget Officer. But first, I would like to know from our witnesses whether they have, in the bill as we have it, we read that remuneration will be set by the Governor in Council. So is there any idea, do you have any idea what sort of salary the Governor in Council has in mind? Has that been set? Is there any sort of a scale, any range that's been set for the remuneration of the PBO? I imagine it will be something like what the current PBO gets?
So typically what happens is once the bill is passed, it, as part of the development of the merit criteria for the position, an assessment is made based on the complexity of the job. So I can't give you an exact range for the PBO. Sometimes it depends on who the successful candidate is, but primarily it depends on the assessment of the complexity of the job. This is done by HR professionals, and I think you can expect that it will be an increase on what the PBO currently makes, because he's not a deputy head, but I couldn't give you the exact figure for it.
Je pense que dans cette réponse-là, il est clair que
I think that from your answer, we see clearly that, well, as well as in the bill, it's clear that the remuneration and expenses are fixed by the Governor and Council. And who's the Governor and Council? Well, the government, the ministers, basically. And my amendment would completely withdraw the power of the Governor in Council and thus of the ministers to decide what the Parliamentary Budget Officer shall be paid in order to ensure, once again, that the PBO remain totally arm's length independent, such that the PBO will in no way be paid or will be paid the same amount as a deputy minister. Basically, this is public, these sorts of salaries. So this should be transparent, and there should be no interference or undue interference in these issues. This is the way to ensure that this person remain independent. Otherwise, their remuneration expenses might be used to intimidate other parts of the government. And so the change I'm suggesting is a very practical one. It won't make much of a difference either when it comes to the actual salary. And I hope that my colleagues will be wise enough to support my amendment, which really intends to remove all political influence in this matter.
So I was just wondering if je demande si Monsieur Dussault.
Wondering whether Mr. Dussault might kindly shed more light on this. Are there any other proposals, any other means by which remuneration is set in legislation where we see clearly how should be done, or how this shall be done? Perhaps you could tell us, give us some examples.
Where remuneration levels are specifically set. I mean, they tend to be set sort of generally at a deputy head level to be determined by the Governor and Council. And the Governor and Council, there are ranges they use based on the complexity, based on the various HR requirements, and based on comparability with other jobs.
And also probably, I suspect, the experience level and the desirability of that individual coming into that position.
Though it's all within a range. It tends to be, I mean, there are a variety of different factors, I mean, such as that, but it tends to be set to be comparable to other jobs, say other agents of Parliament or other GIC appointees.
Thank you. While I understand, I think, the intention of the mover of this amendment, I do have concerns with the fact that, and I won't be supporting this amendment because these types of remuneration levels are not usually set in legislation, which has been said. And I think the argument, frankly, to say that, you know, the government could then use this as a mode of intimidation is frankly, you know, I think a stretch to say the least, because when someone is hired for the position, they are then hired with the details of the contract, etc. And to suggest that it would then be, you know, if the PBO does something that the government, or has an opinion that the government doesn't like, then they'll cut their expenses or cut their salary. I mean, that is not, this amendment would not deal with those types of issues, and that would be an issue of Parliament to take on. The only times I can think of off the top of my head where specific salaries are set in legislation, especially at the official level, like in arm's length away from politicians, I can't think of any, but when you're talking about judges, but the rationale behind establishing judicial salaries is to ensure that there is not undue influence from outside members, and also the Senate. The Senate salaries are fixed in legislation, but as to keep a balance between parliamentarians and the Senate. And that was established, you know, to keep those levels, but they're based on ranges, as was said earlier. So I can't support this because I just think the rationale behind it is not quite there, and I don't think the justification to break away from the norm has been made well enough, with all due respect to my colleague.
Mr. Albas, and then Mr. Dussault will have the last word.
Yeah, well, just again, when you have judges, the reason why we have that way is it's in the Constitution, so it's actually in law that they will be compensated by the federal government, but there has been an accommodation, obviously, over the years where there is a quadrennial review, and it's evaluated by someone outside of government, and they make recommendations in order to make sure that there is not undue political influence. And also, if you look at the way that senators are paid, I believe it's 25% less than members of parliament. And so you wouldn't think that the Liberals would be opposed with sticking a price in legislation, because you're already, in fact, doing that with escalating excise tax, however, and CPI increases. Now, I think actually we should be supporting this, just simply because, again, the more independent we can make the office of the PBO, the better. And this really does take that away. And then when someone signs up for it, then they know what the pay is going into it. There's a certain amount of respect that comes along with that. And again, while I do not find this process of constantly having to change the government's own BIA, it just shows to me that this was not the proper process. This should have been done in a single bill. And I, again, want to reiterate, Mr. Chair, my concerns that we are setting with these new changes up for partisan influence, whether it be allowing a former finance minister or minister of the Crown provincially or federally to take the office, and now also with allowing there to be pay to be at the discretion of the government of the day. So I just think if we really, really are wanting to make the office independent, more thought and study needs to be done rather than the 2 hours that we had of witness testimony coupled with the time we have it clause by clause. I'm not going to make mention anything to the officials other than to thank them for their being here today. We appreciate your expertise.
Okay, Mr. Dussault, last word on this one. I would remind people we are on amendments to clause 128 and we have 457 to do. Mr. Dussault.
Merci. Je pense que
Thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, my colleague across the way here has already made the point that I intended to make, meaning that this is a very unusual position, office position, and it's not standard, so we shouldn't be applying standard approaches with regard to their salary. Also made the point that judges have their salaries determined in law. because we want to ensure that they remained independent and aren't subject to any influence. Now, if we wish to create this PPO position, and certainly that position, more than almost any other, should be protected from influence. Not that other parliamentary positions shouldn't be protected from influence, but here I think this is particularly important. So thank you for making these points, which actually back up my argument.
Tiny point, tiny, I promise. But my question then is, how do you actually determine that it should be an associate deputy minister salary? How do we, when we heard the judges and they came to do the implementation, we questioned the officials about the salary of a judge. They said the salary necessary to ensure a judge has absolute independence is $315,000 to $400 and some odd, depending on their level and where they sit. So how do we actually determine that it should be an associate deputy minister, not a deputy minister? So how do we, what have we set out that criteria? And that's the question. We're about to set this in legislation. So I think for the moment, I think what we really need to do is to ensure that we have the opportunity of allowing the government to make that decision, how they make it with other officers, because we haven't seen that in other legislation. And so if it's good for the Auditor General, I don't see why it's not good enough for the Parliamentary Budget Office.
Mr. Albas.
Just on that, there is actually guidance that is widely available. You can actually find out what an associate deputy minister, or the position paid within the GX salary range. These things are on the internet. And there is a range between a start point and end point for an associate deputy minister. So this is already established and is used as criteria by the Government of Canada. So what Mr. Dussault here is suggesting is using a system that's already been used. I would suggest that there's probably sufficient framework, but perhaps maybe if the member wants to explore this more, maybe he could suggest to his government that we stop this end of the bill and we actually go back to a full process, maybe even starting with a special committee of both houses, and then the committee can actually make the time to get it right the first time.
Okay, this is the last point, Mr. Dussault.
C'était plus une question pour nos témoins.
Well, a question for our witnesses then. So let's say that my amendment is not carried, is negated, which I certainly doubt. I certainly have high hopes for it. If we stick with the wording that we have, would this go public? Would the salary be public?
That would appoint the individual would have the salary range associated with it.
The relation is that anyone taking the job would know the salary they'd be receiving ahead of time, because the comparable will have been done with other officers of Parliament.
There's also a committee that actually reviews that on a regular basis that's independent from government, so to speak. They do an assessment to make sure that we have good retention in the public service. Is that correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And it's a well-proven system, is it not?
In the GIC, the system.
Yeah, the current system of having a pay range and
yes,
where it's reviewed.
It's a well-established system that's been in place for a long time.
Thank you.
On the NDP 3 amendment, shall the amendment recorded vote? Shall the amendment carry, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Fergus?
Contre.
Mr. O'Connell? No. Mr. Grewal?
No.
Mr. Badaway?
No.
Mr. Ouellet?
No.
Mr. Deltat?
Pour.
Mr. Albas?
Pour.
Mr. Leipert?
Yes.
Mr. Dussault?
Pour.
The amendment is lost. Turning now to NDP 4, and just a technical point here. If NDP 4 is adopted, the question cannot be put on the amendment Liberal 3 due to line conflicts. The vote on NDP 4 applies to NDP 7 as they are consequential to each other. If adopted, the question cannot be put on PV 5, Green Party 5, due to line conflicts with NDP 7. So that's the technicalities around this amendment. Mr. Dussault, NDP 4.
Thank you. On lines 5 and 6, The point is to delete a reference to 7912, which refers to control by the speakers of the House. So in 79.11, you have a reference to 79.12, and it's to remove that reference. 11912, as you know, 7912, as you know, requires that the PBO be subject to approvals by the speakers of both houses. Once again, this is a situation where the goal is excellent, but once again, I believe that this reflects a proposal that I'm going to put forward. It is directly in line with what the PBO asked us for in his testimony 2 weeks ago. So that's why I will be voting against this amendment, but I hope I can have the support of my honourable colleague for my own amendment, which is directly in line with the wishes of the Parliamentary Budget Officer.
Peut-être sur ce point-là, parce que
we are in agreement on the substance, because my amendment 4 is practically word for word Liberal Amendment number 3. What is added in theirs, I also have in a further amendment. So we can carry on with a sort of one-upmanship, but we will end up achieving exactly the same thing. So if my honourable colleague believes that it will make him a better man if he gets his amendments through, I understand, but I think Canadians will see through that sort of game.
All those in favour, NDP 4? Opposed? Lost. Then turning to Liberal 3.
Pas des raisons que je viens de mentionner, Monsieur le Président, je pense.
For the reasons I just cited, Mr. Speaker, I think this amendment is fully in line with the request made by the Parliamentary Budget Officer in his testimony before this committee. He will have his work plan submitted to the speakers of both houses, and that work plan is going to be submitted. It will be submitted, but it will not require approval of those speakers to go forward.
All those in favour of Amendment Liberal 3?
I'd just like to mention that I still believe at the fundamental level, the Parliamentary Budget Office actually should be responsible and should be accountable to parliamentarians. And I understand we want independence for him, but I don't think we've come up with a perfect mechanism where we actually ensure that he is at the end of the day, or she is at the end of the day, accountable to parliamentarians so we can hold the government to account. It's not the Parliamentary Budget Office to be holding the government to account for us. It's their job to help us hold the government to account. And that's my final thing I'd just like to say.
That's Liberal 3 on division. Carried on division. NDP 5, Mr. Dussel.
C'est tout simplement par souci de ici clarifier.
This amendment seeks to clarify something that could potentially lead to a problem where the Parliamentary Budget Officer would have more than one responsibility. So for the benefit of the committee,
full-time basis, and shall not hold any other office or engage in any other employment for reward. Donc je pense c'est
I believe that's quite a direct amendment, and it specifies that the Parliamentary Budget Officer would not be permitted to hold another full-time office, Basically, when you're the PBO, that's all you do. I think this is a very sensible move, and I don't see any logical reason to oppose it. I therefore hope that I will have my colleagues' support to put this into the bill so that everyone clearly understands that a parliamentary budget officer is only that full-time.
Question, Mr. Elvis.
Just to the officials, just in regards to that, is the parliamentary budget officer right now considered a public office holder?
As a governing council appointee, yes, he would be a public office holder for the purpose of the Conflict of Interest Act, though he's not a reporting public office holder currently.
Okay.
In the Act.
Okay, but as a public office holder, though, they are forbidden from being able to be lawfully employed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so basically, in this case, then the amendment is not valid. Is that correct? Because it's already covered by the public office, the limits of a public office holder?
That is my understanding. Certainly could not be employed doing anything that could be conceived as a conflict, but I would have to check the Conflict of Interest Act to definitively say that it completely bars external employment, but I'm fairly certain it does.
I'm pretty sure as a former public office holder, you have to, that's one of the stringent rules. You cannot draw income from anyone else. Okay, thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of NDP, you want it in again, Mr. Dussel?
No.
Okay, all those in favor NDP 5. Opposed? Lost. NDP 6, Mr. Dussel.
Donc, NPD 6.
This amendment seeks to replace line 7 on page 80. In English, it states submitted to the Speaker of the Senate and the Speaker. It deals with the submission of estimates, which will be submitted to the Speaker of the House and to the Speaker of the House of Commons, and then transmitted to the President of the Treasury Board. This will simply modify the amendment. Instead of examine, it says submit. Once again, this is to remove any influence that the two speakers of the House and Senate might bring to bear on the parliamentary budget officer and his or her budget. They will not have to approve those expenditures. Instead of having the speakers examine the estimate, it will be submitted to them only for consideration.
Happens right now with other offices, different agents or officers of Parliament. Do they submit to the Speaker and then it gets conveyed to the President of the Treasury Board, or is this a similar arrangement to that?
I'm not sure. For the other agents, the other officers of the Library of Parliament and the COIAC.
Oh, well, just can you maybe give us some other examples? Is this a similar mechanism, or is there another way to do it?
Well, for the officers, it would be provided. Again, my understanding is it would be provided to the speakers for their consideration, approval, and then submitted. Not approved by Treasury Board. Not. It would be submitted, but not for the approval of the Treasury Board, just as a conduit with the estimates. So, as opposed to with the agents of Parliament who are one entities in the FAA, where there's actually more an approval process.
Okay, so clearly in this case, this is being used for other similar offices. Is that correct?
Certainly, I think the expectation now is that for, say, the Library of Parliament, they would submit their estimates to the speakers to approve and then send off. This would remove that. This would remove that approval function and basically just, it'd be sent to them for either as a mailbox or for a discussion, but to pass it along.
Okay.
So it is more independent than is currently the case with the Library of Parliament.
Okay. So I'm open to hearing more from the member just to propose this, because I'm just trying to think about whether or not this would actually be an improvement or whatnot. So thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Dussault.
Je peux confirmer à mon collègue que c'est un...
I can confirm to my colleagues that this is indeed a step in the right direction. It helps to ensure the PBO's independence. It is, however, quite a small change in language. Instead of examining or considering, we say submit. But the purpose of replacing considering with submitting is to ensure that the parliamentary budget officer is not subject to the influence or the discretion of the speakers of the House and Senate with respect to his or her budget, but simply presents expenditures to Treasury Board. They're just submitted.
I certainly understand where the member is coming from. The challenge you run into, though, is that what is the mechanism to ensure that that it's not just a blank check. Now, I certainly do understand the point that, for example, the Chief Electoral Officer can draw on the General Revenue Fund. However, that is a very extreme situation, again, good governance usually means you have someone that is acting as a quasi-challenge. So in this case, would Treasury Board, do you envision Treasury Board pushing back and saying, well, we think your back office is a little bit, expenses are higher or whatnot, or do you feel that would impede upon the independence of the officer? Because the office itself does exist within an institution. The institution, like all institutions, have budgetary constraints, and there is a good governance clause or a good governance rationale for saying we should have someone that challenges or checks your work to ensure that money is being spent in an accountable way. I'm open to hearing some sort of idea of how it could be done otherwise under the system.
Mr. Sutherland, did you want in?
Yeah, typically, so first of all, submitted is no bar at all, right? You submit, it just simply gets transferred. As Mr. Booth explained, that's literally a mailbox. Considered is a slightly higher standard, which I think is what Mr. Albus was getting towards. Typically in this situation, the Treasury Board would not review the content of it. So you've got to examine whether or not financial due diligence would be placed at any point in the system. Considered is a lighter bar. I just want to assure Mr. Dussault that considered is not approved. But it is considered, like it is examined. But so there's a slight nuance between the two, but I would argue that what you're aiming for is that you want reasonableness, and considered helps you get to that stage.
We're all right for the question, and all those in favor of NDP 6? Opposed? Lost. NDP 7 is consequential to NDP 4. NDP 4 is lost, so we'll not consider NDP 7. PV 5, Ms. May on page 80.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment goes to the issue that I think has been raised quite a lot, and members are familiar with the concerns of the Parliamentary Budget Office and Officer that the sections of this Act that relate to the Parliamentary Budget Office have made the independence of the office much more in doubt than we had expected of this new government. My amendment deals with the administrative control of PBO and seeks to reduce the administrative control of PBO by the speakers of the Houses of Parliament. So I propose deleting lines 12 to 25 as they're found at page 80 under 79.12, 1 and 2 to increase the independence of the PBO. The PBO itself, in their brief, described what would happen if you were looking at a specific project and there was a spending threshold you really needed to access the ability to buy data and models, even having administrative control of spending powers over the PBO from the speakers is an intrusion into the independence of the Parliamentary Budget Office as independent officer of Parliament.
Mr. Dussault.
Je pourrais être sûr, est-ce qu'on a déjà voté sur...
Have we already voted on this? Really, with Liberal Amendment number 3? It's quite similar to this, unless I'm wrong.
Mr. Dussault, but it's not identical, so it can be considered.
Okay.
Any further discussion on PB5? All those in favor? Opposed? Lost. PB6. If PB6, just a technical point, Ms. May, if PB6 is adopted, questions on NDP 8, PB7, BQ1, NDP 9, Liberal 5, and Liberal 4 cannot be put due to line conflicts. So, PB6, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is dealing with the issue again of intrusions on the independence of the Parliamentary Budget Office. And I know, and I really welcome that I know there are government amendments that will deal with some of this, but the issue of work plans, confining what the PBO can do based on the approval of a work plan. So, Parti Vert 6 proposait d'éliminer le...
PV6 suggests that this notion be eliminated, the notion of the work plan.
Congressional Budget Office doesn't have a work plan. We don't need to confine the Parliamentary Budget Officer to a work plan. Events can emerge in a fluid fashion through the course of a fiscal year where you'd want to have the Parliamentary Budget Officer have the capacity to respond to exigencies, whether they're a natural disaster or, and the Parliamentary Budget Office brief itself refers to the risk of something that occurs that was unanticipated. You can't anticipate everything in a work plan, and you want your PBO to be able to respond and prepare for the House and the Senate the economic consequences of various things that are not if they might be foreseeable, but they might not be the kinds of things you put in a work plan. So my amendment, if it passes, would eliminate the work plan altogether.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of PB6? Opposed? Lost. NDP 8, and technically, Pierre, if NDP 8 is adopted, questions on PB7 cannot be put due to line conflicts in the bill. NDP 8.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est page 80 en français aux lignes.
Thank you. We're looking at lines 34 and 35 on page 80 of the bill. This seeks to clarify the focus on the independence of the Parliamentary Budget Officer and his own discretion. Once again, it removes the role of the Speakers of the House and Senate in consulting with the PBO. That's at the end of page 18, the French version, and two-thirds of the way up under annual work plan near the bottom of page 80. To the nation's finances or economy or the estimates of priority of the government that should be brought to the attention of. So this broadens and clarifies the PBO's mandate with regard to the annual work plan.
NDP 8. All those in favor? Opposed? Lost. Turning then to PB7. Ms. May, and technical point on this, if PB7 is adopted, questions on BQ1, NDP 9, Liberal 5, and Liberal 4 cannot be put due to line conflicts. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And certainly we are coming to a clustering of amendments because this has been such a high-profile issue of deficiencies in the bill as it came at first reading. And I reiterate, although I haven't had a chance to say it around this table, it would have been preferable if the changes to the Parliamentary Budget Officer had not been part of an omnibus bill, so they could have been studied more carefully.
In any case, this amendment, the Green Party Amendment 7, Parti Vert 7, is trying to deal again with this problem of the work plan and confining the PBO's independence in this way. So what Amendment PV7 does is delete the lines that require that the work plan be approved by the speakers of the House and Senate, so that by removing that approval that's found in 79.12, specifically at replacing line 40, and it continues on, by the way, from pages 80 to 81, to ensure the independence of the Parliamentary Budget Officer, at least in determining their own work plan, with approval from the Speaker's offices.
All right. People have heard the point. Is there any further discussion? All those in favour? Opposed? Motion is lost. Turning then to BQ1, Mr. St. Marie, just a technical point first. If BQ1 is adopted, questions on NDP 9, Liberal 5 and Liberal 4 cannot be put. Go ahead. Floor is yours, Mr. St. Marie.
Monsieur le Président. Je serai bref.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very brief and announce that I will withdraw BQ1. I will also withdraw BQ2 and BQ5 because other amendments, as you have just pointed out for BQ1, there are overlaps and redundancies, so I'm withdrawing BQ1, BQ2, and BQ5. I will explain BQs 3 and 4 when they come up together because they are they focus on the same issue. Thank you.
That is fine. Thank you for that, Mr. St. Marie. NDP 9, Mr. Dussault. And technical point here, if NDP 9 is adopted, questions on Liberal 5 and Liberal 4 cannot be put. So, Mr. Dussault, floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et on tombe dans...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now we are on page 81. Under the heading Approval. This is one of the paragraphs on which there has been the most debate. Approval of the work plan by both speakers. The goal here is to replace this paragraph by, as you will see in the amendment, with 3 subparagraphs which state that, yes, there is an annual work plan by the PBO. It's updated as required to reflect developments in the nation's finances. And that, as said, there is no mention of approval by the Speakers of the House and Senate, but we state that the Parliamentary Budget Officer shall transmit the annual work plan and any updated work to the Speaker of the Senate and the Speaker of the House for tabling in those houses. This is similar to what other officers of Parliament do. So yes, there will be a work plan, but that work plan will not have to be approved. The process will be not dissimilar to what is done now. The report and the work plan will be tabled and made public so that all Canadians, all parliamentarians, and everyone will be able to see what the Parliamentary Budget Officer plans to do in the course of the year. This is a significant change because although we are still looking at a work plan, we are removing the requirement for it to be approved by the Speakers of the House and Senate, because as we saw during our discussions here and in the House of Commons, this was an aspect that would restrict the PBO's independence. And this is our suggestion for removing that restriction and giving the Parliamentary Budget Officer an opportunity to table and publish a work plan. but without requiring approval by the speakers of the House of Commons and Senate. I hope that my colleagues will support this amendment, which is intended to eliminate aspects that led to significant criticisms by experts and by the PBO himself and by the former PBO. They all said the same thing, that such approval by the speakers of the two chambers should not be required, and that is what this amendment is intended to achieve.
On NDP 9. All those in favor?
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote. Madam Clerk, NDP 9.
Mr. Fergus.
Called.
Ms. O'Connell. No. Mr. Biddle.
No.
Mr. Maloney.
No.
Mr. Ouellet.
No.
Mr. Deltel. Mr. Albus.
Against?
Mr. Leipert.
No.
Mr. Dussault.
Oui.
The motion is lost. Liberal 4, and I would mention here that if Liberal 4 is adopted, questions on Liberal 5 cannot be put unless there's a change. I understand that change is being made. Do you want to explain it, Ms. O'Connell?
Thank you. I'm going to start with Liberal 4, and then I can make the change when I introduce number 5, if that's okay. So in regards to Liberal 4, the amendment, I think actually deals with exactly what Ms. May's bill as well as Mr. Dussault in terms of ensuring that the work plan is flexible to allow for unforeseen circumstances to be addressed. This also addresses the concerns around the approval of said work plans by the Senate. It takes that away and simply says that not the Senate, of the Speaker, and simply says that the work plans will be submitted for the Speaker to table in both houses, which has been the case, and I think it's important to ensure that the work plan is meeting the needs of both houses. So that's what these amendments really speak to, and I think it addresses some of the concerns that we've heard on previous amendments.
Any other discussion? Mr. Albas.
Just very briefly, I used to be on the Joint Standing Committee of the Scrutiny of Regulations, and one of the things Mr. Peter Bernhardt had used to say all the time, and I'm sure some justice drafters may not want to hear this, but at the same token, even the term "as required," obviously you wouldn't be tabling a work plan or changing your work plan if it wasn't required. So it's just a nothing, and that kind of stuff just it's just, I don't think, is well-drafted legislation. That being said, I'll just leave it there, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of Liberal 4? Recorded vote. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Fergus. Ms. O'Connell.
Yes.
Mr. Biddle.
Yes.
Mr. Maloney.
Yes.
Mr. Ouellet.
Oui.
Mr. Deltel.
Contre.
Mr. Albus.
Against.
Mr. Leipert.
No.
Mr. Mr. Dussault.
Contre.
Motion Liberal 4 is carried. Liberal 5 with a change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I know I don't need to read the amendment because it's in front of us, but I'll be moving this without the Part A.
Read it in its final. So
Okay.
your Part A will be deleted, and then read what will be left.
Sure. So that Bill C-44 and Clause 128 be amended by replacing lines 38 and 39 on page 81 with the following, that are listed in an annual work plan.
Okay. Any further? Do you want to explain that, Ms. O'Connell?
Again, this is just furthering the issues that we heard in regards to removing the requirement for the work plan to be approved by the Speaker, rather simply submitted. And then the reason item A, I'm not moving that portion, is to make it consistent with Liberal Amendment 4.
Okay. Mr. Albus.
So we have an amendment to the amendment, and so we won't be voting in favor of that. We don't think that this process is the right way, and that this is a hasty backtracking by the government, and certainly wish that they had presented it through a proper process, Mr. Chair.
Any further debate, discussion?
A recorded vote.
A recorded vote. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Fergus. Ms. O'Connell?
Yes.
Mr. Biddle?
Pour.
Mr. Maloney?
Yes.
Mr. Ouellet?
Oui.
Mr. Deltel?
No.
Mr. Alvarez?
Against?
Mr. Lippert? Mr. Dussault?
Contre.
Liberal 5 as amended is carried. NDP 10. If just technically, if NDP 10 is adopted, questions on PV 8, BQ2, which was removed, PV 9, PV 10, Liberal 6 cannot be put. So NDP 10.
Oui, j'aimerais par contre faire comme ma collègue.
Yes, I would like to do as my colleague, Ms. O'Connell, has done by slightly shifting my wording here on the second page of the amendment, with your permission. Page 24, then. In your amendments document, we see financial cost of any proposal that relates to the matter over which Parliament has jurisdiction, which I would replace by economic effect or effect on distribution of wealth that relates to the matter over which Parliament has jurisdiction.
Okay. Do you want to explain that, Mr. Dussault?
Oui, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, yes, Chair. Let me specify. As you can see in page 81, it's to the mandate of the Parliamentary Budget Office, who will be in a position to offer financial analysis on issues, including reports which are not, there are types of reports that he can produce as well. Also a provision to the effect of approval by the two houses, the two chambers, very important to us, and that members of Parliament could make requests of the PBO for any costs over which Parliament has jurisdiction, not only economic costs that would be related to debates in the House. This is a discussion that we had with our witnesses who had confirmed that in the new C44 with the new PBO, this was more limited. And members of Parliament couldn't make as many requests for financial cost evaluations the way that it was written. So this amendment would solve that. The problem being that members of Parliament and senators as well, why don't we include them in the conversation, would not find it as easy to make requests of the PBO. So this is to ensure that members of Parliament, whatever they have in mind, even if it's not something they intend to discuss on the floor, to bring before the House, and as it was written, they would have had to bring it before the House in order to be able to make the request of the PBO. So that's what I'm changing, shifting the friendly amendment that something that had been said by the PBO themselves, well, the bill regarding the PBO. So I hope that in the draft bill. So this is really to allow members of Parliament to make requests of the PBO regarding a number of topics, not simply financial costs, but economic impact and impact on distribution and many other topics.
So in the wording change that Mr. Dussault stated is in order. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Lost. NDP 10 lost. Turning then to PV 8, Ms. May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In this amendment, again, dealing with the question of how much does this piece of legislation want to tie the hands of the Parliamentary Budget Officer in looking at things that parliamentarians have a right to know. So the way the mandate is currently structured, it's the Parliamentary Budget Officer may prepare reports, that sounds discretionary, but then the list of the kinds of topics on which the Parliamentary Budget Officer may comment is quite limited. The budget, an economic or fiscal update, fiscal sustainability report, or estimates. And I know, Mr. Chair, you'll recall how important it was in the 41st Parliament when the Parliamentary Budget Officer wrote up a report on what the F-35s were really going to cost. It doesn't fall into any of those categories of a budget or economic or fiscal update or a sustainability report or the estimates. So diving into an area where parliamentarians need to know is something that we want the Parliamentary Budget Officer to be able to do. So my amendment changes it from being an exclusive list of 1 to 4 and expands it by taking out the word any of the following, but allows 1 to 4 to be basically for the purposes of examples. These are the kinds of things the Parliamentary Budget Officer can examine. So it would change that last bit to the Parliamentary Budget Officer's analysis of federal government documents, including. And then we list them as examples, but it is no longer an exclusive list to tie the PBO's hands.
Any further discussion on PB 8? It's all clear? All those in favor? Opposed? Lost?
Can we skip this? Go to the next one.
BQ2 was pulled. PB 9, Ms. May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This again goes to the question of work plan. These amendments are found affecting language on page 81 and deleting lines 38 and 39 so that the work plan at 38 and 39 would not have to be listed in an annual work plan. They could be prepared at different times through. Now, I think some of that may have been picked up on the Liberal amendment, so just double checking. But at least the mandate and the work plan would not have to guide the work of the PBO and could, of course, respond to unexpected events. I know that some of what was just passed in Liberal 4 changes it, but it's not enough.
If I could interrupt you, the Liberal amendment that has already passed committee nullifies this amendment, so we really can't deal with it.
Mr. Chair, I had suspected that was the case, but when you gave me the floor, I thought that perhaps there was some shadow area. But thank you.
You at least got your say.
Yeah, thank you.
BQ3.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Comme je vous l'ai dit plus tôt, je vais parler.
Thank you, Chair. As I said earlier, I will present BQ3 and 4 together, given that they are of the same spirit, even though the changes are in 2 different places. This, again, is about the PBO. Our concern is about their having insufficient independence to carry out research, something handled in another amendment as well. I would like to applaud the interview given to Greg Fergus of The Devoir by my another member of Parliament. It was excellent, such that I'm sure the Liberals will be supporting me with this amendment here, on this amendment, which is about the members of Parliament's ability to make requests of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. As you know, Chair, up until now, before C44, members of Parliament could ask for research and put questions to the PBO, but C44 withdraws this possibility, and amendments BQ3 and 4 ensure that this possibility not be dropped. There are 2 types of members of Parliament in the House, those who are members of a recognized party and those who are members of a party that's not been recognized or who are sitting independently. So there really are two categories. Now, we as independent members of Parliament do not have any access to research funds, whereas others have access to millions of dollars worth of research carried out by public servants. We can't do that. So when we have to go through this kind of omnibus bill, it's not an easy matter. We don't have access to the analyses presented to committees. We have asked for analysts' reports on C-44 point by point, and we were told, no, you're not a member of the committee, so you can't have it. So we have to do all the work ourselves. We have to depend only on ourselves. At least we could still draw on the PBO's abilities, and with C-44 we won't be able to do that any further anymore. So I really deplore the fact that there are two types and categories of members of parliaments here in Ottawa, but given that that's the case, I really beg you to bring back this possibility. I don't want to have to beg for this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to ask officials a question here. So obviously we've established that there's a mandate and there should be a work plan, and there's obviously issues where people say, here's the, we think the mandate should be X versus Y, and the same with the work plan. To me, the word shall, if requested to do so by any member of the Senate or the House of Commons or by any of the following, to me sounds that that could mean that if I asked for a report to be done on something, then shall means that the PBO would have to do it. And again, I'm just thinking that if I would do that responsibly, I'm sure that might be okay. But if you have 338 and some members are much more ambitious than others, that might start to tap out the resources. And I think that's one of the reasons why you have it written right now that it's done by request of committees. So just wanted to find from the officials if the good members from the Belle Province, is actuated, what ramifications would that have from your perspective on the PBO's ability to carry out its work from a more macro level rather than on a, how would that be compromised or changed?
So in the work plan, the PBO could set out his priorities, but the requirement of shall, as you've interpreted it, is correct. He's required to do it.
Okay.
You come in, and then Mr. Duceau.
Very briefly, in response to my colleague, I remind us that the PBO is independent and free to set their own agenda. All I'm asking is that we, members of parliament, could put the request to the PBO, and then, of course, they could choose their priorities, and we would certainly back that.
And then Mr. Duceau.
Just a quick follow-up to officials, though. To me, it sounds that, and I respect the members' work on this, and that from his party's perspective, there is two classes of members. That's I can understand the argument for that. What I'm trying to figure out, though, is when you use the word shall, that means by law the PBO has to respond. It's not may. May respond or may, if requested to do so by any member. To me, I think that's something that is already within probably the work plan is to pick up things. But again, am I wrong in that? Because shall and may are two different things, and the member seems to sound like it's more of a could you if you have time.
Shall is stronger than that. It's a requirement for the PBO to respond. Now, of course, there would be a discussion, and it sounds like the honourable member would be very reasonable about it. But yes, shall means... Reasonable
people like me.
You seem very reasonable to me.
Oh, wow. I've really done a good thing here. That's the biggest...
Look,
thank you.
Is this taped?
We're all done.
Oh, my God. The clip will be coming off the TV. Mr. Duceau.
Mr.
And
Chair,
then Mr. Fergus.
Just to clarify something, in the C-44, it's already saying shall. I don't know if you notice it, but the amendment of my colleague doesn't change the word shall. It's already in the bill C-44. Page 81, section 79.2, 1C, and that's what the amendment is proposing to change. But he's not proposing to change the word shall, so it's already in the bill. So I don't know why we're debating the word shall here. But je voulais juste faire un petit mot pour appuyer mon collègue.
Allow me to support my Quebecois colleague here, because this is basically what I was saying earlier. We are trying to allow members greater leeway to make requests of the PBO on any topic of public interest and requiring federal competency. So, as for restrictions placed on the PBO, I will have an amendment speaking to the grounds on which the PBO could refuse one of these requests, very specific requirements, very specific situations that would apply to. So I support my colleague here, and I certainly hope that our other colleagues here will back this as well.
Mr. Ferguson, then back to Mr. St. Marie.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Puis j'aimerais juste poser...
Thank you, Chair. I would like to put a question to Mr. Sutherland or Mr. Bruce. I think Mr. St. Marie's trying to ensure that members of Parliament, senators, and individuals have the right to make requests of the PBO, to make suggestions to them, to suggest topics for study. I thought that there were other provisions in the bill to the effect that members of Parliament would be allowed to make suggestions to the officer, whatever topics they thought worthy of highlighting, and that the PBO would have to take that into consideration. Whether or not they would follow through and actually study the matter, that would depend on the PBO. But I thought there were other provisions in this legislation that would ensure that members of Parliament be totally free to make suggestions.
A member of Parliament can speak with the PBO and have something included in the annual work plan. So making the case to the PBO to both, as with the changes, I believe you could do it both at the beginning of the year and the establishment of the work plan, but also throughout the year, so he could adjust his work plan throughout the year. Another approach is in committee, so convincing the committee that this is an area of priority. And then the third way is the amendment you're looking at now.
Alors, juste pour adresser la préoccupation de mon collègue, parce...
Just to speak to my colleague's concern, because I certainly understand his position. Someday we will be sitting in the opposition. So I understand where he's coming from. If we leave things up to committees solely, there will be some situations in which committees won't be, won't listen to reason, or won't listen to any one particular member of Parliament who should be heard. As Mr. Sutherland has just assured us, there are other provisions that will address this issue.
Donc, pour répondre à mes collègues, premièrement...
Respond to my colleagues then. First, we cannot table any motions in committees. We, members of parties that aren't recognized in the House, whether we could speak directly to the PBO, let me check this with Mr. Sutherland. Let's say that we bring a member's bill, our own bill that we would like to put forward before the House. Can we ask for help then? To my Conservative colleague, the PBO being able to establish their own work plan, let's look at this example. We asked for an analysis of Muskrat Fall with this shall here already there, and we were told, no, that's not a priority for us. That'll take a year and a half before we can get to it. In the current situation, the PBO is already free to establish their own work plan, and we would like to ensure that that remain the case. And the way we're presenting it, they certainly would be able to continue to manage their own priorities and decide on their priorities. But with C-44, second-class members of parliaments become outcasts.
Anything to add on that point that was just raised?
Certainly. So if the honourable member were to propose a private member's bill on Muskrat Falls, he would be within his rights under the proposed legislation to request a costing of it.
Okay. Then, is there any further, Mr. Dussault?
C'est exactement ça le problème.
You see, that's the problem. That's the problem that we're trying to shed light on here. This has to be an initiative that we intend to put forward as a private member's bill or whatever, or a motion. Otherwise, we can't call on the Parliamentary Budget Officer, and that's what makes this clause very limited, very restrictive. The allowing for the examination and valuation of any cost, the costing and so on, of any project or bill that a member of Parliament intends to present to the House of Commons, intends to make before the House of Commons or the Senate, and that's why it's restrictive.
Yeah, just briefly, again, I want to just say the point that I totally understand where you're coming from and the desire to have, that kind of analysis. Right now, we can ask the Library of Parliament to do, a broad overview. That's a great resource. I've never heard a complaint from them. I will say, though, that I am worried by making it a legal requirement, parliamentary legal requirement, where by law the Parliamentary Budget Officer has to acquiesce to a request, because the word shall to me is a very strong language. And the problem you have is you have limited resources and infinite desires. I'm afraid that there could be vexatious demands on the office. Again, we would all hope that people would use their reasonableness when they're carrying out their parliamentary duties. And to me, a better amendment could be perhaps if a group of members of Parliament, maybe it's quorum, 12 in the House of Commons, agrees to that they'd like something done, like a committee. To me, that would be a reasonable request, because then you at least have a group of MPs and a public interest. But I just, in this particular format, I just cannot support it, just out of the principle of trying to keep, again, those scarce resources focused on it. And to me, I also have to be a better MP if I'm going to make a case to the Parliamentary Budget Office to investigate something. The onus is on me to actually argue there's a public wider interest than just my curiosity.
Mr. Fergus?
So I'd just like to get a further clarification then from Mr. Sutherland. I understand that if the case is that there's a PMB or a private member's motion, that that member can, or senator can ask the PBO. Sorry, I'm getting mixed up with all my my acronyms in English or in French. That the PBO could consider acting that. But are there any other occasions in the legislation outside of those two requirements for, and it's outside of the getting the approval of the committee? I'm talking about individual MPs or senators.
So, I mean, we're midstream on a broad set of amendments, but the current bill does not allow that.
The question on BQ3, we'll deal with BQ4. You don't need to speak on it when we come to it in order. So the question on BQ3, all those in favour?
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Fergus.
Pour. Excuse-moi, contre, excuse-moi.
Ms. O'Connell. No. Mr. Biddle.
No.
Mr. Maloney.
No.
Mr. Ouellette.
No.
Mr. Delcel.
Oui.
Mr. Albus.
No.
Mr. Leipert.
Yes.
Mr. Dussault.
Yes.
The motion is lost. PV 10, Ms. May, just technically, if PV 10 is adopted, the question on Liberal 6 cannot be put.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would appeal to my friends on the Liberal side of the table to consider how good it will look on you to pass an opposition amendment. And this one, PV 10, is very close to Liberal 6. We're both attempting to accomplish something that's quite close, and that is to undo, let's hope it was unintentional, but the damage that would have been done had the bill passed as it was prepared at first reading would have been to remove powers that and access, I should say access more than powers, that individual members of Parliament have had to ask the Parliamentary Budget Officer to study a matter for us. So in the language that we find unamended, it restricts what the member can ask the Parliamentary Budget Officer to investigate to those matters that the member is considering making before the Senate or the House. And my amendment would be just to say that they can ask the Parliamentary Budget Officer to look at any matter that is coming before the Senate or the House. Looking ahead to Liberal 6, it's very, very close. So should you feel inclined to be able to have a future talking point about how different the Liberal government is from the Conservatives in the 41st Parliament and how amendments are accepted on omnibus budget bills in the course of debate, this is your big chance. Thank you.
Now, with words like that, is there any other discussion? Okay. All those in... I don't know. All those in favor of PV 10? Opposed? Lost. Liberal 6.
Okay.
Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this this amendment is quite similar to the amendment we just heard. However, this allows, the difference is really in terms of which Parliament has jurisdiction over, and I think that distinction is important in the sense of ensuring that we stick to the parameters of the House and relevant information. So, but this also allows the broadening of the scope of what individual parliamentarians may ask the PBO to cost.
Okay. And Mr. Dussault wanted in.
Yes, I'd like to move a sub-amendment, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
And it would read as follows. So, shall, it starts by shall, shall economic and distributional impacts of any proposal that relates to a matter over which Parliament has jurisdictions.
So you're proposing that amendment following the word has jurisdiction, or where are you putting it in? The legislative clerk will bring it up. Check it out. Okay, in the on page 30 of the amendments, Liberal 6. After the letters CIAL, the amendment inserts economic and distributional impact, and then cost.
Cost is removed. And then
okay, cost. So cost is removed. So what the way it would read, if you're looking at Liberal Amendment 6. Is the letter CIAL, economic and distributional impact of. So we're clear on that. Okay. The amendment, sub-amendment is up for discussion. Any discussion?
Yep.
Go ahead, Mr. Dussault.
To motivate my sub-amendment. C'est basé sur l'avant-projet.
It's based on the draft bill for the PBO. He talked about this for a long time in the way his position would be reviewed. And instead of the word cost, which is very broad, he has asked that we specify the financial and economic impacts of all measures put forward within his purview. So it's to replace the word cost with something more precise to reflect what the PBO himself said, in order to be more precise in what he can do, the kinds of examinations he can undertake, and the financial and economic impact and the distribution effects. That's my amendment, and I would like the support of my colleagues, since it is a direct reflection of what the PBO wanted. He wanted to be more precise than just saying cost, and that is what my amendment suggests.
So O'Connell and Mr. Fergus, and maybe the witnesses might have something to add as well. Mrs. O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, my question is to the witnesses, and what are the impacts of this sub-amendment in regards to the function of the PBO?
Well, the sub-amendment would broaden the role of the PBO in this particular instance from a strict costing mandate to an economic distributional impacts. So you're broadening the role of the PBO.
I would assume that would also entail potentially longer time frames for this work, and would limit the ability of work plan items if they are now looking at a much larger mandate.
Well, so that's speculation. But given a fixed budget, yes, you're correct.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to get my head around this, and because I'm not an economist, I hope somebody can help me with this, either Mr. Dussault or certainly the witnesses, but I'm trying to figure out in what ways are you expanding the definition by adding the sub-amendment, the suggestion of the sub-amendment. The reason why, because economical and distributional impact, I'm trying to think of, is that just really cost over a long period of time, or is that is it going beyond sort of the multiplier effect of whatever the initiative is taken, as opposed to just what the actual initiative will cost?
So just taking the words that were provided, so rather than the strict cost of a proposal, you would also consider the distributional impact, perhaps on beneficiaries, if it's a tax measure, distributional impact on people paying the tax. So you're basically looking at it from different economic perspectives.
So a distributional impact could be, would a gender-based analysis be considered a distributional impact?
Yeah, it possibly could be. You could look at the distributional impact on the economic distributional impact by gender would be conceivable under, at least as I interpret the sub-amendment.
Would this bring in a judgment factor rather than just the numbers?
I don't think it would be far beyond what the PBO does on some of his broader economic analyses. But I mean, you definitely move. The further you go from a pure costing mandate, the more likely you are to bring in judgment factors. But you can also do a neutral declaration of the distributional impacts of a particular proposal. It need not be biased.
Was that the end of your questions, Mr. Fergus?
I'm at a situation where I'd like a couple of seconds to think about this.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Albas. We'll come back to you.
Well, no, wouldn't it make then a little more clarification then, rather than just leaning on distributive, to actually say including demographics such as age, gender, et cetera, just to give, so that, because some economic models will take those into account and some will not, and there should be some flexibility, because there's a very good point in allowing for that distributive mechanism to be said, but it doesn't always apply to every model in the same way. And so without some specificity and some flexibility on the PBO, I would trust the PBO and their staff would say that if a certain tax was or program initiative was to have distributive effects, I would hope that they would explain exactly which ones those were. Do we need to have that in law to be able to have those things reported on by the PBO?
So the current language is cost, which is pretty narrow. I think what you're proposing is a broader range of economic factors, could be region, demographics, distribution.
Thank you.
Is that it, Dan? Mr. Dussault.
Peut-être pour répondre aux interrogations.
In answer to those questions, yes, this is indeed a way of making it possible for the PBO to do broader economic analysis than simply estimating financial cost, and no more. If a member wants to put forward a measure, a tax credit or something like that, it's one thing to measure the financial cost, let's say 2 million a year or 200 million a year, but this could go further. A more broad analysis would see who might benefit, what might the impact be. So a broader economic and distributional analysis would be useful. It would go beyond simply estimating financial cost. And that's what this measure would provide for. I would like to reiterate and use the very words used by the PBO. We don't want to find ourselves in a position where the PBO's mandate is too restrictive and does not enable him to do what he would need to do. He should therefore be able to go further in his analyses than simply to estimate financial cost and no more. This is certainly in line with what the PBO himself has stated.
To Liberal Amendment 6, is discussion all in? All those in favour of the sub-amendment? Opposed? Sub-amendment is lost. Back to the original amendment, Liberal 6. Any further discussion? All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Turning then to NDP 11.
Donc, ça revient à ce que je disais tout à l'heure avec...
We come back to what I was saying earlier in speaking to my colleague from the Bloc Québécois. The PBO may, in some circumstances, refuse a request, some requests. I would like to say at the outset that I would again like to modify the text of my amendment NDP 12. I can read the changes. They come in the first paragraph.
The translation came through wrong. NDP 11. Okay.
So my only change is to delete the words on any ground and the word including.
Translation side.
Yes, I can read it. Je peux le lire en français. Donc, ça se lirait l'article 1.1. Le directeur parlementaire.
The parliamentary budget officer may refuse a request made under subsection 1, including the ground that, : and that's it.
Oui, dans le fond, mon amendement précise, comme je le disais d'entrée de jeu.
Well, as I said, this would be in concurrence with my friend from the Bloc Québécois. It would enable the parliamentary budget officer to refuse a request made under subsection 1 by somebody who has the ability to submit a request for 4 grounds. The request doesn't fall within his mandate. It doesn't in substance relate to the nation's finances or economy. The request is one that could more appropriately be dealt with by another institution, such as the Library of Parliament. and does not, and if he doesn't have the resources necessary to fulfill the request. So it's not, it is only on those grounds that the PBO might refuse a request when he needs to refuse a request by a member or by a committee. Those would be the only 4 grounds allowing it.
Yeah, just on this, obviously this is a mechanism for when a committee that's been specified here has requested it, or there's a whole criteria with here. What my question is to the member that's proposing this is, well, you've laid out a process for the rationale or the reasons that the PBO can turn down a request. There's nothing that says that the PBO has any accountability, though, to either the committee that made the request or whatnot. So to me, I would ask to see, is there a mechanism? Do you have a further amendment down the road that would add to that? Because right now they can turn you down, but there's no responsibility on the PBO whatsoever to even reply and give the dignity of a reply. And to me, that's, if there is a proper reason, a rationale, it's not part of my mandate, it's not in relation to the nation's finances or the economy, it could be dealt with someone else, it would be nice to have it in writing. I think that a committee such as our own would expect that. So is there an amendment later on that would add that? Because if we're going to be giving independence to the office, which I'm not necessarily opposed to, we also have to make sure it's accountable to either house or its committees.
Monsieur le Président, si vous me permettez, je pense que c'est...
Mr. Speaker, if I may, it was a given for me that the response had to be given clearly, either orally or in writing. But for clarification, it might be possible to add a line that the Parliamentary Budget Officer must inform the originator of the request as to the grounds on which his request was denied.
A lot more sense, because there should be, if you've made a request, you should receive a response.
So then that would be added in on the amendment as probably an E, that line. Okay, it's up for discussion. No further debate? I'll wait till the legislative clerk comes back. But I think you're adding in under section E. I think that's allowable. Okay, all those in favor of NDP 11 as slightly added to? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is lost. PV 11, Ms. May, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is very straightforward. The current draft requires the Parliamentary Budget Officer provides the report to any committee that's requested it following the work done by the Parliamentary Budget Office, and then to make it public 1 business day following preparing and delivering the report to the chair of a committee. The potential for leaks is one that was raised by the Parliamentary Budget Officer. There's no particular reason to have a 1 business day delay. So my amendment would allow the Parliamentary Budget Officer to simultaneously provide the report to the committee and to the public. It's only for the purpose of reducing unintentional leaks. Clearly, there's no attempt to hide the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report. It's 1 business day later. But this is just I think it's almost a housekeeping to make sure that they're tabled at the same time to the public and to the committee.
Okay, just to point out technically that if PV 11 is adopted, the question cannot be put on Liberal 7 amendment. I should have done that before you spoke, but I didn't. PV 11, any further discussion? Mr. Albus.
Just a quick question to the officials. This particular amendment, is there anything in the Liberals' amendments or within that is somewhat similar to this, or is this a nuance that is specific just to this motion?
Well, the difference is the simultaneous nature, if I understand it correctly, whereas the next amendment is 1 day later.
Oh, so basically what you're suggesting, Member May, is that the moment that the report goes to the Speaker, that's made public. Is that correct?
That's what I'm proposing.
Interesting.
It may be not the moment, but on the same day.
So right now, it's in the legislation, Mr. Booth, it's 1 day.
The next business day, the PBO may make it public, but there has to be a 1 business day grace period.
Yeah, and my amendment doesn't require simultaneous in the sense that they could give it to the clerk of the committee at 10 a.m. and give it to the public at 3 p.m., but on the same day, my amendment would make the report public.
What do you guys think?
Further debate? All those in favor of PB 11? Opposed? Lost?
Désolé.
Did anybody not vote over there?
I think it was you. I didn't see your hand go up.
Nodded.
Oh, you. Well, if that's the if that's the case, if you didn't vote, then
I recorded vote.
I would break a tie vote, right?
Yes.
And I will vote against the amendment. Lost. PB 11 is lost. I need you to vote in once in a while. Liberal Sapin. Robert?
So very quickly, introducing these amendments will require the PBO to make his or her reports available to the public 1 business day after it's proposed to the requester. Simply, I think this is actually a compromise. I was more in favor of having a longer time period for parliamentarians to be able to manage their affairs, to analyze the information before they prepare their response to the government with that information or using that information to hold the government to account. I guess a lot of my colleagues felt that at least 1 business day is a more appropriate time, so I'm very supportive of this. And it gives the parliamentarian the opportunity then to really analyze that information, and also it shall make the report available to the public 1 day, so it will be released and not may be released. Voila.
Okay, it's up for discussion. Any further discussion on Liberal 7? All those in favor? Those in favor of Liberal 7? Opposed? Motion is carried. BQ4 was dropped earlier.
No, it wasn't dropped.
It was.
He already spoke.
Yeah, he spoke on it earlier. We didn't vote on it. So, on BQ4, all those in favor? Opposed? Lost. PB 12, Ms. May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This relates to what you'll find on page 83, leaping a whole page ahead now, deals with the question of the Parliamentary Budget Officer's ability to continue work during a period of time when, as you see on line 14 on page 83, there's where Parliament is dissolved, the Parliamentary Budget Officer shall discontinue work. What I'm proposing is that the Parliamentary Budget Officer may continue work. Mustn't, isn't forced to, but at the discretion of the PBO, they would be able to continue work on a request even after the Parliament is dissolved.
Mr. Albas.
Yeah, thank you. Given that we've already asked the PBO to, not we, I shouldn't say, the Liberal government has asked the PBO to start commenting on election platform costing, etc. And I have a whole whack of issues which I will not raise just out of respect for the current topic. Yes, thinking of you over there, Dance. Just wanted to ask the specific question. What what ramifications does this have? Because if Parliament is dissolved, there's certain caretaker provisions for government. Now, would this just simply mean the PBO continues to just work on previously issued work? I have a real problem, though, with them working on parliamentary work when the Parliament itself is dissolved. Prorogation I have no issue with, because that's the expectation that we're going to be sitting again. But once we're dissolved, we're into an election, and I'm worried about certain activities being viewed as electoral and how that could be taken. So what activities could the PBO carry out if Ms. May's amendment here was passed?
Sutherland or Mr. Booth?
So as you suggest, the current legislation is intended to be consistent under an election scenario, so that when Parliament is dissolved, there are no committees for the PBO to report to. And the expectation, as the legislation is currently drafted, is that the PBO would, should a party wish to have an election platform costing be done, they would have resources that would be freed up in order to do that. So I think it's consistent with your commentary around the caretaker convention.
But if the office doesn't just stop working and making its work available publicly, first of all, who it would report to during an election? Right. And the other side is, I'm really worried about, first of all, smaller political parties may not have formed their policy that, to give to the Parliamentary Budget Office earlier. And then you also may have issues that show up during an election campaign. Are parties then expected then to ask the PBO to come out with costing? There's a lot of questions I have here, but I know you can only speak in regards to the amendment. These are some of the concerns I have around here, which is why, Mr. Chair, I think that the process has been, has not been done properly here. And 2 hours of committee study coupled with clause by clause, I don't think is adequate, because there's a lot of questions that I have.
That's the first time you've made that point, Ms. May.
Well, if I can try to answer Dan's question, this would not enable the Parliamentary Budget Officer to begin any new work. Imagine that we're in a recession and the Parliamentary Budget Office wants to be able to continue collecting information, number crunching, paying attention to trends. Why should we say down tools just because Parliament is dissolved? We do know the Caretaker Convention, and I don't think the Caretaker Convention should be violated. I think, although you probably disagree, I think it was a mistake to have our Trade Minister, who's a good friend and a lovely guy, but I think it was a mistake to have Ed Fast negotiating during a writ period to get to a TPP. But the Parliamentary Budget Officer, and it's a very different situation, it's a nonpartisan office, it's an independent officer of Parliament, and it's collecting data and number crunching, essentially. And my amendment would allow them to continue with work that they had already begun, nothing new.
Last little point here, the caretaker provisions apply to a government which does exist. It does not dissolve with Parliament. There is still a need to, in case there's war, in case there's a national emergency, to have certain powers available to deal with exogenous or natural disasters as they come. However, this office, the Parliamentary Budget Office, is under Parliament. And if Parliament itself is dissolved, I just can't see why we would want to have one element of Parliament which is not like the rest of it. To me, that's not a great choice.
Okay, no further discussion. All those in favor of, pardon? All those in favor of PV 12? Opposed? Lost. Then turning to BQ 5. That was withdrawn. NDP 12, Mr. Dussel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just to technically, Pierre, if NDP 12 is adopted, questions cannot be put on PV 13 due to line conflicts.
This is a significant amendment to the bill under the mandate in general election. Comme vous le savez, bon, il y a plusieurs personnes qui ont parlé.
As you know, and a number of people spoke about the new powers that the PBO would have to assess the financial costs of election platforms or election proposals that candidates would make during elections, during the writ period. This is a section of the bill that has serious problems in a number of ways. Without listing all the problems, I can certainly talk about a few relating to the fact that departments may refuse to assess costs of election platforms because it states that departments must cooperate with the PBO as he conducts his assessments of election platform costs. There might be a loss of confidentiality for political parties which are preparing their platforms, which would become public in the, not public as such, but which would become known in departments, those that would be involved in assessing the costs. Moreover, the PBO would possibly be flooded by requests from all parts of the country on hundreds of topics that he would simply not have time to carry out, to respond to, particularly within the short time frame of an election platform in Canada, which is 35 to 40 days. So even though the bill suggests that he would have very little time, this creates a problem. So you'll see in my amendment that rather than simply voting against giving the PBO a mandate for costing election platforms, we are attempting to alter the work that he would be doing during a writ period. So in subsection A, he would produce a 5-year economic and fiscal projection that may be used by the public to assess the economic and fiscal impact of a party's election platform. I also have the figure of 120 days before the date fixed for a general election, which has been set under the Canada Elections Act. So be 120 days before that date, he would publish a 5-year economic and financial projection. So when political parties present their plans, their platforms, tax platforms, and so on, they can then be compared with the projections produced by the Parliamentary Budget Officer for the next 5 years based on data. In subsection B, it also states that he would establish a system that looks somewhat like the system the PBO has already. For example, if you go to www.recover.ca, you'll see that there is an interactive tool that enables the public to measure the tax impacts of some changes, like changes in tax rates, increases in tax credits, data that can be changed or modulated to come up with a final result. So the PBO could, in accordance with Section B, conduct exactly that kind of work so that Canadians, the public and the media might have an opportunity to compare the proposals of individual political parties using that interactive tool so that they can see whether political parties in their election platforms are producing figures that make sense and that do reflect what economists believe and that do reflect the figures of the PBO. The public will have an opportunity to conduct a comparison without obliging the PBO to become involved in the political process or the federal political scene during a writ period where it would perhaps not be appropriate for him to be perceived as interfering. So with this 5-year projection, he would not become a player on the political scene. This would make him completely impartial and removed from political debate, yet the media and the public would have an opportunity to compare the proposals made by the parties.
To ensure that the forecast on of the economy and political promises would align. So it's a bit of a truth test. The political parties would be required to go through when the public would be able to compare costings of their platforms. So that's the background to my proposal here, my amendment, which I hope provides for a compromise and even an agreement, allowing us to find a midway approach and agree on this matter.
I hope for the right reason.
I saw
Not
one.
because of the time of the night.
I saw yours.
Who wants in on this discussion?
First.
You want in, Mr. Alves?
Well, I do, but if a Liberal member wants to speak to it because it is your legislation.
Okay.
They're just here to put their hands up.
Mr. Alves.
Wow. Gee, I'm really disappointed to hear that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the member for submitting this. First, I have a number of concerns with the whole process that's been brought forward. First of all, let's put it out there. When a political party puts forward its platform, most Canadians would just hope that the process has been done and that there's been good regard been put into it, some thought has been put into it. We see now more and more where economists from universities, from different think tanks will rein in, sometimes at no cost. Sometimes political parties will actually hire someone to have it costed, and that system seems to serve Canadians well. But as positive as the current system is, you can still, and I'm sure I may not get some heads nodding on this comment, the commitment to run $10 billion modest deficits, you could have planned that out, you could have costed that out, the PBO could have put a report, and you would still have where elected officials, for whatever reason, I don't think we've been given a proper explanation, but the government came in and it's now running double that, or in some cases triple that, depending on what time of year. So I don't think that having the PBO, a nonpartisan office that is supposed to be helping parliamentarians understand government spending, to suddenly launch them into the private sphere, and it's still political parties have some national component, I agree, and there's some national legislation that they're under, but mostly they're private, not-for-profits that are there for democratic reasons. I don't see why we'd want to put the PBO into a case of an area where it probably does not want to be. Second thing, as I said earlier, small political parties. Now, I'm sure the NDP has a lot of sympathy for the Marxist-Leninist Party, but will those smaller parties be able to meet a certain deadline so they could have what the NDP have envisioned here? Chances are no. And to me, what this is it basically puts the Liberals, the Conservatives, the NDP, the larger parties, where we're used to putting together fairly broad documents that attract enough attention, or we hire people to examine them, economists with credentials, and to be able to put that out to the public, and then to have public scrutiny on that and to be accountable for that. I just fundamentally oppose the idea that we want to take a parliamentary creation. Something is to help parliamentarians understand the spending of government and now apply it to outside of that where it has little expertise, probably does not want to do it, and is not going to be accountable to anyone, because guess what? Once Parliament is dissolved, are we going to be going back to the PBO to fact-check their facts? I don't think they're going to want to answer. I don't think with any amendments here that we've done, even if Ms. May's amendment had been carried, I don't think the PBO would want to be stuck in the middle of a fight over whether its costing is correct. So I really just want to take this one last opportunity, Mr. Chair, to say to the government members This should not be part of the PBO's mandate. This will cause all sorts of headaches. For example, we were talking earlier about distributive effects. So if someone puts a policy forward like, let's say, opening up interprovincial trade, I've seen numbers from 5 to 10 to 150 billion a year is what it costs the Canadian economy. And so now we're supposed to ask the PBO to somehow present to the Canadian public, do politicians work, do political parties work, especially since most small parties won't be able to do it, and then somehow give us the leaf to carry, the fig leaf to carry, and to say, look, the PBO costed it for us. I would go last one more time, Mr. Speaker, appeal to the government members, please do not make the PBO something it was not created to be. Help it help parliamentarians to understand the government's finances, understand the nation's economy, and the long-term demographics we face. Whether it be this NDP amendment or the amendments the government has proposed, I would suggest is the wrong thing for this institution.
You two are good. You're both in your 5 minutes. Any further discussion? All those in...
Just a quick question.
Quick question.
Has Pierre-Luc Dussault ever been sympathetic or a member of the Marxist-Leninist Party of Canada?
I really don't know what that has to do with the budget, but the answer he gave was no. All right. Okay, could we have some order? All those in favor of NDP 12? Opposed? Lost. PV 13 is defeated already because it's consequential to PV 4. Next one we get to yours, Elizabeth, will be PV 14. NDP 13, Mr. Dussault.
I want to pull it out.
Pardon? You're withdrawing it? No. Liberal 8. Liberal what? Robert? What'd you say, Mr. Badwin?
I'm moving it.
You're moving it? Okay. Well, it's already moved. Who's speaking on it?
Speak on it.
Okay, go ahead. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As some may know, the refusal to provide information amendment would require that the deputy head of a department or parent Crown Corporation provide the parliamentary budget officer, the PBO, with a justification in writing should he or she decline to provide input to request for information. Mr. Chairman, the power to notify an amendment would explicitly provide for the parliamentary budget officer to notify the speakers of both the House of Commons as well as the Senate and/or a relevant parliamentary committee if the PBO is of the opinion that a government institution has failed to comply with a request for information. Mr. Chairman, proposed legislation is intended to significantly increase the amount of information that is to be provided to the PBO. Departments and parent Crown corporations will be required to provide free and timely access to any information under the control of the department or the parent Crown corporation that is required for the performance of his or her mandate. This wider access to information is balanced by certain exceptions, including non-disclosure of personal and private information, restricted, Mr. Chairman, under the Access to Information Act, information protected by the solicitor-client privilege, and cabinet confidences. Mr. Chairman, if I may, there have been disagreements in the past between departments and the PBO over the disclosure of information, and the proposed legislation attempts to address this. However, requiring written justification will create, Mr. Chairman, it will create greater transparency in the relationship between the PBO and government institutions. In addition, the PBO currently has the ability to engage the speakers and relevant parliamentary committees should he or she feel that they are not being given access to appropriate information by any and all departments. Committees and/or other areas of interest can then, if they feel if appropriate, request the information themselves. Mr. Chairman, this ability to engage parliamentarians is important as it provides the PBO with an appropriate parliamentary recourse mechanism and avoids having to engage the courts. The PBO's ability to engage the speakers of committees as needed is not explicitly addressed in the proposed legislation, Mr. Chairman. Therefore, in conclusion, the provision to notify provides explicit clarification that this avenue of recourse is open to the PBO. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Dussault.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et je remercie mon collègue pour.
Thank you, Chair. And I thank my colleague for his presentation of his proposed amendment. That said, as my colleague Mr. Fergus would say, this is based on a good intention, but my amendment is far better because it goes far further in solving the problem. So my amendment is as follows. The next one, NDP 14, addresses this issue in a more determined way, in a strict way, that if there's any refusal to advise and collaborate with the Parliamentary Budget Officer, the consequences are quite strict. And I added also in my amendment, and we can talk about it later, unless, of course, the Liberal amendment is carried, it speaks of legal recourse. Although we had heard that legal recourse would be a possibility if a department were to obstruct the investigations of the PBO, my amendment mentions it directly, that it be really part of the legislation. So I will not support Liberal 8, even though the intention is good. I submit that my amendment is better. Thus, I suggest that they back my amendment, NDP 14.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of Liberal Amendment 8? Opposed? Carried. NDP 14. It's on the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et je vais être bref puisque je viens d'en.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll be brief, given that I have just presented my amendment. This is foreseeing any situation where federal departments or bodies would not collaborate with the PBO. In such cases, they must advise the Parliamentary Budget Officer in writing as to which exception set out in subsection 2 will apply in respect of the requested information and why they wouldn't be required to comply. And all that is in the Access to Information Act as well. And the PBO can seize a committee of the fact that they feel that a federal body has not complied with their requests. And the Parliamentary Budget Officer has the authority to send those not complying to court 18, within Clause 18 of the appropriate law, the Federal Courts Act, 18.31. And I wanted that to be in the text to ensure that if there's any obstruction on the part of anybody, there is legal recourse available and that the PBO will be able to take the persons at issue before the courts to ensure that they be obliged to provide documents in order that the Parliamentary Budget Officer may carry out its work.
It's on the floor. Any further discussion? All those in favor, NDP 14? Opposed? Carried. Or lost. Lost. Sorry. Close. PB 14. Elizabeth May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is dealing with the removing some of the restrictions that were found around the determination of information that is required for the performance of his or her mandate. This is a root of many of the disputes that have happened between the PBO and federal governments, federal departments, and PBO views this as reducing effectiveness. So what I've done in this amendment is simply to delete those words. So following corporation at the top of page 87, deleting that is required for the performance of his or her mandate to allow a more reasonable scope for PBO's work.
All right. Any for Mr. Albas?
Yeah, I would hope that whatever the PBO would do, it would be within the mandate of the PBO. But at the same token is that why would you want to take out the mandate of the PBO then if that's the point of the exercise in the first place?
May I respond?
Yep.
It's not taking out the mandate. The mandate is the mandate, and no officer of Parliament or any other government agency can go outside its mandate. But what this is, this subsection 79(4) sub 1 is saying that the information to which it has access is only that information that is required for the performance of his or her mandate. Required.
Yeah, wow.
Now, that's not a limitation placed on the Auditor General. That's not a limitation that makes sense. It's a limitation on the Parliamentary Budget Officer that is not found in other agencies of government, and there's no reason to say that it's required. You could say you can exercise your mandate, but you don't have to have all the information. You can use some of the information, but not all the information. I think it's unnecessarily restrictive for the Parliamentary Budget Officer.
Okay. Well, first of all, just on the point, I would just point out the Auditor General is not the PBO, and the PBO is not the Auditor General. They have two totally separate functions. The Auditor General is for my time on public accounts, is there to make sure that there is no issues of public waste or bad administration. That's totally different. In this case, I would hope the PBO would only be going and seeking information in order to achieve their mandate. So to me, this is superfluous, and I just don't see the point of it. That being said, I always appreciate this member's interactions because she always brings a different perspective. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor of PV 14? Opposed? Lost. PV 15, Ms. May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. PV 15 is dealing, let me just turn my page over, with also on page 87, looking again at the issue of how much we are requiring the Parliamentary Budget Officer to have information that is otherwise excluded under Section 2 of the Access to Information Act. The Parliamentary Budget Officer, and I know that I take the point from my friend Dan Albas that the Auditor General is not the same as the Parliamentary Budget Officer, but the Parliamentary Budget Office has pointed out to this committee that the Auditor General has access to information, to this kind of information. PBO would better be allowed to, better able to evaluate Department of Finance tax changes, and that is a core part of their mandate. So the change would be, again, on page 87, and lines 10 to 12, which relates to restrictions to access to information based on provisions of any other act of Parliament. That's lines 10 to 12 would be deleted by this amendment. And just anticipating some of the comments, I say it's important to point out that even with the current Liberal government and its commitment to more openness, we've already had an example where Finance Canada refused to give information to the Auditor General. It was a shocking thing that happened, but the Finance Department, and this is at the level of the civil service, I don't think it was Bill Morneau's decision, but the Finance Canada officials refused to give information to the Auditor General that on the face of it, the Auditor General had a right to have. Here the Parliamentary Budget Office saying, don't tie my hands even more. Give us the right to the information. I think we have confidence in the Parliamentary Budget Office as an officer of Parliament to exercise their responsibilities in a way that is essentially ethical. I think the PBO has demonstrated its ethics. It doesn't go after information it has no right to have, but it shouldn't have its hands tied in its access to information in the way that this subsection C of 79.4.1 does.
Okay, it's open for further debate. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Lost. PB 16.
It's rolling right along here, Mr. Chair, and I thank the committee for considering my amendments. This one is dealing with the ability of the parliamentary, but this amendment comes from the parliamentary budget officer's own suggestion of how they think the legislation should be changed. The parliamentary budget PBO's own draft legislation wanted to expand the statutory access to information and to include cabinet confidences. Again, this is information that Ontario's Financial Accountability Officer has at the provincial level. Certainly the Auditor General has it at the federal level. Access to certain cabinet confidences makes sense when you want to ensure that you have an officer of parliament who has access to all the key information. So in this much longer amendment, but the sense of it, just so you know it, is to ensure that the Governor and Council will provide to the Parliamentary Budget Officer a wider range of information. There's still some information that, for greater certainty, my subclause 3, information referred to above remains a confidence of the Queen's Privy Council for Canada for the purposes of any other Act of Parliament, but it would give the Parliamentary Budget Officer the same kind of access to information that the Auditor General would have, or that the Parliamentary Budget Officer's similar organization in Ontario would have.
Thank you. Any questions or further debate on PB 16? All those in favor? Opposed? Lost. That's what you call a hat trick.
Yes, well, we're going on, Harry.
PB 17.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment, and I do appreciate that, as you can see, I've had a history now as a member of Parliament through the 41st Parliament of turning to the Parliamentary Budget Officer quite a lot. I've worked closely with the PBO, and I know that, and I don't mean to say by any means that any of the members at this table who weren't in the 41st Parliament are in any way less equipped to deal with this legislation, but I would want you to know that's why I'm fighting the fight for PBO as hard as I am. We needed PBO. We needed the independence of PBO. We need them to have the tools they need. It's one of the key election promises from the Liberals that I liked, was that the PBO would be an officer of Parliament. It's one of the reasons I voted. I was the only opposition member of Parliament to vote for the speech from the throne from the Liberal government. And one of the things I liked in there was the commitment that the Parliamentary Budget Officer would be an officer of Parliament and independent. So I've been disappointed that so much of this Act restricts that independence and access to information for the PBO. This amendment, PV 17, is for the purpose of ensuring that the Parliamentary Budget Officer has access to seek redress in the courts through the federal court system to pursue information that they have not been granted by any branch of government. So it's, what it does is insert after line 15 on page 87 a substantive 3 additional subclauses that allow the PBO to make a demand of a department or a Crown Corporation, and if there is a refusal to provide the information, that reasons for the refusal be given, and if the reasons for the refusal are not given and access to information is refused, the PBO would have access to the courts. I think it would be used rarely, but it's one of those backstops for access to information, for full information that the PBO requires.
Any questions or discussion on PV 17? All those in favor? Opposed? Lost. Turning then to a different party, Liberal 9. And I might say if Liberal 9 is adopted, NDP 15 cannot be moved. Technically. Liberal 9, who's moving? Mr. Ouellette, or who is speaking on it. Go ahead.
So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So this amendment would remove the requirements that the PBO not release information unless A, it is already made publicly available, and B, the head of the department or parent Crown Corporation has consented to disclosure. The proposed amendment would remove two clauses that were included in the originally proposed legislation to help ensure that the confidential matter is not inadvertently or inappropriately released by the Parliamentary Budget Office. This removal gives the PBO considerable latitude to decide what documents should and should not be disclosed outside an election period, including potential secret documents. Concerns have been raised about the current and former PBOs and by members of the House and the Senate that these proposed clauses in the legislation could give deputy heads a virtual veto on the content of the PBO's report. The intention of the proposed clauses was to provide a balance to ensure that as the PBO received access to a wider amount of information, safeguards were in place to ensure that secret and other sensitive information used in the PBO's reports were appropriately protected from disclosure. It is expected that the PBO and departments and Crown corporations will work closely together to develop appropriate protocols and arrangements for the sharing and potential disclosure of secret or other sensitive information as required. And so I think many of us have been very sensitive to this idea to ensure the PBO has access to a wider amount of information so they can do their job effectively. And this amendment is intended to provide a balance between the wider access to information while protecting sensitive information. And it's not intended to unduly curtail the PBO's activities. And so we're hoping that in reasonableness, in being reasonable people, and the PBO departments and Crown corporations will have the opportunity of actually working together to come up with the protocols necessary to ensure the information is released in a good way.
Mr. Dussault, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would just like to have a clarification from our officials here. Because I think the government side is trying to do something good, but rather it's even worse. And I would like to have the interpretation from the officials of the actual clause 79.5 and the interpretation of the new 79.5 of the proposal, where you would strike paragraph A and C, essentially. So can you give us some interpretation around those, this clause and the amendment?
In terms of, I mean, it will be striking A and C. It will keep B for during the election costing and continue to require the deputy approval before things are disclosed. But for A and C, those will be removed. So once the PBO is provided with the information, it'll be at the PBO's discretion in terms of what he or she releases in their report. So the idea being that there will be information protocol, non-legislated information protocol between departments and PBO to ensure that documents are treated appropriately.
So this clause 79.5 would only apply during election? Is that what you said? Like this section, paragraph B says it's reference to 79.21?
The Minister's Deputy has consented. Yeah, I mean, section B that is currently in the legislation will be the only provision there. And that will only be for the election costing platform. I mean, the election costing part.
So the PBO would be restricted to disclose some information if the minister's deputy says it should not be disclosed.
Just during the election period, of course, it's a very sensitive time. And what the PBO is doing is actually a narrower set of things. It's providing costing for parties that would like their proposals costed. So it's a much narrower set of information. So just in light of the sensitivity of an election time period, that under the proposed legislation, that section would remain.
Okay. And if we vote against this amendment, if we keep A and C, what is the effect of that? A is if the information has been made available to the public.
So the three elements, if you were to keep things as they were, so the information PBO could reveal if it's already made public, if the DM is consented in the context of an election, as we've just discussed, and third, keeping in mind that the PBO is now getting a larger array of information. This provides a check to ensure that sensitive information isn't being inadvertently released into the public sphere. So if this were to remain, that would still be in place.
Okay.
Cleared up, Pierre?
Yes, I'm not sure it's an improvement.
So what you're saying is only with a party's permission, the PBO would do this?
So referring to 79.5B as it currently is, this is only referring to when there's an election costing mandate request, which is at the request of a party. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, fine. Any further discussion on this point? Okay, all those in favor of Liberal 9? On division? On division, with Liberal 9 been passed, then NDP 15 is in conflict, so not dealt with. PV 18, is Miss May around? It's deemed, it is deemed, I know it's deemed moved. Is there anybody who wants to make a point on the motion PV 18 amendment? All those in favor of PV 18? Opposed? Lost. Liberal 10. Miss O'Connell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This would ensure that the amendment would require that a one-time review of the legislation be undertaken by a committee of the Senate, the House, or both houses of Parliament, and that may be designated or established for the purpose of 5 years coming into force. And this addresses some of the concerns in regards to a review of these changes.
All right, any further discussion on that? Mandated 5-year review?
For recorded vote.
All those...
That's for recorded vote.
You're requiring a recorded vote? Okay, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Fergus.
Pool.
Ms. O'Connell.
Yes.
Mr. Biddle.
Pool.
Mr. Badaway.
Yes.
Mr. Dantel.
No. Robert.
Mr. Albus.
Against?
Mr. Leiper.
What are we doing? No.
Mr. Tissot.
Wait. The motion is carried. Okay. Shall clause 128 as amended carry? On division? On division. All right. We should be able to, I'll ask a question here. We said we'd go till 9. There's no amendments to clauses 129 to 158.
On division.
Are we okay to see those as a block?
On division.
129 to 158. Oh. On division. On division, clauses 129 to 158 are carried on division. Then we have carried. Liberal 11. Amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move this. This proposed amendment would deem that the Parliamentary Budget Officer be considered a federal board, commission, or other tribunal for the specific purpose of Section 18.31 of the Federal Courts Act. This would allow the PBO to seek an opinion from the court on any question or issue of law or jurisdiction or of practice and procedure. So I think this will deal with some of the concerns and amendments in terms of information that Ms. May had raised earlier.
Okay, any discussion on Liberal Amendment 11? On division? On division carried. On division, shall clause 159 carry as amended? On division? On division. Okay, we have no amendments from 160 to clause 160 to 173. Are we okay to group them?
On division.
On division.
Okay, clauses 160 to 173, carried on division, carried. Liberal 12. Who is speaking on this? Mr. Fergus?
Sure, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair, rather. What we're trying to do is that we're just trying to renumber. We're just addressing a drafting issue where we want to renumber the Act to take into account or to address the discrepancy between the Parliament of Canada Act and Royal RCMP Act.
So this is adding a new clause?
That is correct.
Okay. Mr. Albas.
Yeah, just on this, was this part of the budget originally?
Well, this is really a consequential amendment after we've drafted the Parliament of Canada Act and the amendments to the Parliament of Canada Act, and so it's just really a housekeeping issue just to make sure that the numbering is correct.
Mr. Booth, we'll let you in, then we'll go to Mr. Dussault.
Let me just clarify, it's an amendment to the RCMP Act because there's a clause in the RCMP Act that makes an explicit reference back to the Parliament of Canada Act, and the numbers in the Parliament of Canada Act have changed, so it's just to make the link up between the RCMP Act and this.
Was there originally a budget measure either in the budget document that was related to this, or is this just a housekeeping amendment?
It's a housekeeping amendment.
Really?
It's
has nothing to do with the economic advancement of the country? I will vote against it.
No. Mr. Dussault.
Monsieur le Président, si vous voulez
Mr. Chairman, if you might declare the amendment out of order. I don't see the link with the bill or with the scope of the bill. So I don't know where my colleague is coming from with this. So I would like your ruling on whether this amendment is in fact in order.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, no, not declared out of order. The budget bills are very broad in their nature, and this does clear up some of the wording. Mr. Albas.
Just to seek some clarification on that, and maybe I'll ask the officials this. Is this a standalone amendment that was not included in the original BIA, or is this actually something that is correcting something in the BIA Act to make sure that if there was a drafting error? I'm asking the officials.
Ruth?
Sorry, just repeat the question again. Sorry.
Okay, so what I'm asking is, when the BIA was originally submitted, was this clause included, or is this a latecomer clause, so to speak, where you're adding something in to the Budget Implementation Act?
It's a consequential amendment. It's the result of numbering change.
Okay, but what originally was this part of the BIA, and now you're changing the BIA itself? Or is this an additional clause which is expanding the nature of the bill?
No, it's not expanding the nature of the bill.
So this is either clarifying what was in it already or limiting it?
It's clarifying.
Clarifying is usually a word we have when someone misspeaks or whatnot. They clarifying it. So I'm just wanting to know, what was the original provision? Which I'll look it up and maybe you can go through that.
Could I ask what if this isn't amended? What's the consequences?
The reference is incorrect.
The reference is incorrect. Mr. Fergus.
First of all, I'd like to apologize to members for not giving a clarifying answer, a clear answer to this. What has happened is that subsection, to be precise, Mr. Albas, 79.3 subsection 1 of the Parliament of Canada Act currently applies, and it makes reference to what the PBO, this language helps ensure that the PBO has access to information that meets the conditions set out in this subsection and does not fall under the specific exception set out in the Parliament of Canada Act. And so what we're doing is that we're just renumbering to make sure it corresponds properly. And the reason why we're discussing this is because it makes reference to the PBO and to the RCMP, and just making sure that the two acts correspond.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, and then the linkage is there. Is there any further discussion on this point? All those in favor of the amendment, the new clause 173.1? All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. To see if we can finish this section, there's no amendments to clauses 174 to 191. Can we group them?
Yes.
On division?
On division.
On division, carried 174 to 191. Then we will, that completes that division. And we will start tomorrow at 8:45 on Division 8. On Division 8.
In this room.
Folks in this room, just one last comment. I do think we probably should thank one family for their endurance tonight. This is Susie's anniversary, and this is not quite a candlelight dinner at this meeting tonight. So, Susie, we do thank your family.
Thank you.
Boy, I didn't know. We should have brought a bottle of wine. Okay, meeting adjourned till tomorrow at 8:45.